Alright, go off, I guess. I'll just do my own thing and suffer and cry. And play Solaris all day. Cause I don't got nothing going on. Alright. I thought you were about to say, and someone has to become the crisis. I have never once finished an entire Solaris game. I have never finished this Solaris campaign. And we all know why. That shit's long. But also, because eventually I gotta go to sleep. Technically. Says the government. Alright, let me just see if there is... Alright, I know it's taking a bit to start up. Appreciate you being here while I get this going. This is definitely a new way of doing things, but once I master it, then I master it and we're good. We're Gucci gang. Alright, cool. That's what it looks like full. Alright. Alright, we're live on all the places. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do this. Let's do this thing. Okay, as long as I don't have to look over here, I think we're all set. Hey, London, how you doing, bud? Got this beat from London. Okay. Forex games are made for people who can stay awake for a week straight. True. And that's me. Especially given the fact that I used to play Civ 5 exclusively on marathon speed. That's crazy work. I came to live react to you reading my tweet. What? Your tweet or your... Oh, wait, hold on, let's see. Please add a link to posts like these. I already follow you, so I'm good, but still. True! I did go live on Twitter. That's one thing. There we go. Alright, perfect. I've done the thing. Hey, 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 who's making spam posts enter my main fucking feed? I don't like that shit. Get that out of here. That's cringe, dude. That's cringe. This shit's breaking down. Alright, anyway, hi chat. Welcome. Welcome everyone to Kuro Hitsuki's guide. Kuro Hitsuki and chat go through the Edge of Eternities Planeswalker's guide. So basically, Magic the Gathering during every single set releases a Planeswalker's guide to the Edge of Eternities, right? Every single set they do this. And it's great. Planeswalker's guides are one of the best things that Magic and just Wizards and everyone does, just so we can all get into the world that is whatever plane we're visiting to. Planeswalker's Guide to Zendikar, Innistrad, everywhere. Yes, every time it's Edge of Eternities, correct. And right now, I will say, like, Edge of Eternities has been, storyline-wise, I've loved it. I've loved Edge of Eternities thus far. But I will admit, it has been difficult. It has been difficult to, like, really get into, right? Like, it's a dense story. It's a very dense story. There's a lot of, like, space terms, magic space terms, right? It's not the craziest thing, but, like, it's just magic space terms where they're just like, you know, the freaking Tesseract Desolator just blew out and now all the lights are off, right? And it's like, when you're reading that, when you read that the Tesseract Desolator is out, you spend a lot of time trying to, like, read the Tesseract Tesseract Desolator and get caught up in those bigger words there, because they're just saying words that you don't understand. It's just like space gobbledygook. And what I've been doing is listening. I've been doing the podcast or the YouTube episodes where they have a professional narrator who's very clearly used to doing all this stuff. He's reading the story out. And there's a lot, it's kind of like watching an episode of Doctor Who, or pretty much any space genre show, where they're like, all right, like, the catalytic converter's got to do the thing so that we can blast our way out of here. It makes, you don't really have to remember about the Tesseract blah blah blah. All we know is that they're trying to do something to get them out of the situation that they're in. It probably has something to do with engines. It will propel their speed forward. So I've really enjoyed hearing Edge of Eternities, because it lets us skip, or, you know, lets us not really focus on the complex words and just go with what the action is, what the actual outcome is. And that's what I've really, really liked. We're not doing a reading of the episodes, right? I'm gonna leave that to the professional narrator that they have. All I can say is please, please, please go listen to the episodes. But they have not narrated the Planeswalker's Guide to Edge of Eternities. That is something that I would like to go over with all of you. This is actually my first time going over this as well. I have not yet read into this yet. Oh no, not the whatever that is. Right, exactly. So, without further ado, chat, let's just dive into here. You'll see that I have a summary and notes section on the right side of the screen. That's literally that's for us, right? So we're going to read a section and then break it down, so that, like, you know, no matter when someone joins, we kind of like catch up with what's going on, right? So let's begin. Edge of Eternities, and we already start with a picture of Tezzeret looking evil and maniacal, and yet again, without fail, Tezzeret has his sweaty palms over some object of power or domination, and just I guess even though he got a Darksteel upgrade, he still just has like the 3-clawed hand, which go off, I guess. I mean, he has like a normal, whatever, go off, I guess. Just he really likes his maniacal grin. Also, that beard is only workable on Tezzeret, because anyone else with that beard would be laughed out of the atrium. Hey, Loudmouth. Hey, Tapped Out Wizard. How you doing? Somehow Tezzeret returned. Yeah. And somehow Bolas returned too. Isn't that funny? Isn't that goofy? All right, chat. His chin has mutton chops. Those are mutton chops. That's right. Yes, they literally do have mutton chops. Can I curse in this chat? Yes, you may. Well, I am on YouTube. Maybe not. I don't know. Because Chaz is a bitch his whole life. He is maybe finally, this might be the first time where he's actually, well, first time in a long time, where he's been able to be the villain on his own and not needed to, like, be someone else's bitch, for sure. Bolas is back? Yeah. 36 days till release? That's crazy. Alright, notation. Okay, hold on. So yeah, this time around, like, even the Planeswalker's Guide has like these little interactive button things to click on to give us even more information. It's basically like there's like an AI companion that's here giving us extra information as we sift through all of this. So, just reading from the start, in Edge of Eternities, you'll take your first steps into the cosmic wonders of the Sothera system, where the infinite possibilities of space unfurl before you. Here, you'll meet familiar and strange faces, battle alongside interstellar factions, and discover what lies at the heart of Sothera, the Supervoid. We've recently showed a glimpse of Edge of Eternities, and you can fully immerse yourself in the story right now. Read episode 1, blah, 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 blah. To prepare for your trip, we can read this Planeswalker's Guide to Edge of Eternities to learn everything there is to know about the Edge. Ready to take the stars, blah, blah, blah. It releases worldwide on August 1st, which means 2 weeks before that is when spoiler season is done. Okay. Let's just dive right into this. You cannot kill what might sell packs in a later set. You're speaking the truth too hard. This Tezzeret art by Andrea Piparo. Alright, notation. Tezzeret, I have acquired additional materials to help you familiarize yourself with Pinnacle space. As you previously stated, your system of origin did not know of Pinnacle nor traditional interstellar travel. Your agents on Infinite Guideline Station are still working on the encrypted data you requested. I have put together a brief based on Pinnacle first contact literature provided by the two Sothera origin species encountered when Pinnacle arrived. Okay. Oh, okay. So we're Tezzeret basically, and we're going like, hey, oh god, I'm like so new here. My system of origin just like has no idea about like what Pinnacle space is. Can someone tell me? I'm just a little guy. Cool. He learned to be his own bitch. True. They killed off a ton of stuff that might sell packs and later. Yeah. All right. The universe and you. So this is basically like a brochure about the general Eternities and then also specifically the Sothara system. So, the universe and you, a Pinnacle first contact primer. The Edge, the annular universe. Look at this. Cool art. Love this art. Han and Chewie over here. All Pinnacle science, see, already, right? It's just like, wait, how do I say this word? Science, a person belonging to a Pinnacle member state. Okay, so specifically a Pinnacle member state. Share the same fundamental assumptions about the universe. These truths are a matter of Pinnacle education, popular science, and core assumptions made for starship engineering and navigation. Therefore, it is critical that there is a shared understanding of reality. Pinnacle calls this shared understanding of the universe and its truths the common agreement. Okay, so the reason magic and mana and all that stuff will work the same way throughout the entire Edge of Eternities, even though it's as big as the universe, is because there is a common agreement about how all of this works, right? The same way, like, magic functions differently on Innistrad than it does on Avishkar or Amonkhet. Magic happens differently on different planes because of people's understanding of it. So the common agreement throughout Pinnacle space is how magic works. The common agreement assumes that all science, I hate that word, agree that the basic matter of reality is a concept of particles and substrates, aether, mana, photons, quarks, and so on. Most all sentient spacefaring species live on terrestrial worlds of various compositions, with some notable exceptions, the Evoli for instance, who evolved on or in non-terrestrial cosmic environments. These worlds, terrestrial, gaseous, and so on, tend to orbit stars of concentrated mana, aether, hydrogen, helium, and other trace gases whose gravity and heat form to give characters to solar systems. Some of these constructions are perfect enough to sustain life. So, just to engage on the notes that we have here, because this dotting our pen here. So, notes. Suns / stars are made up of mana. That's actually kind of crazy. Okay, so just like how, will this be on the quiz? Yes. So just like how in Mirrodin, right? Each of the suns was a representation, like literally a giant ball of mana, right? Like a literal ball of mana floating in the sky. The white, blue, black, red, and green suns. It is apparently very similar in the general multiverse. Most stars within a plane of existence is already just straight up like just a sun, right? It's just the sun. It's just a ball of gas that warms the plane that people are on that has mana present on it, right? But in the Edge of Eternities, the suns themselves are a collection of mana and other space gases to be these things. So, like, you will have a white sun. And when we go back to Edge of Eternities in the future, maybe we start getting more, like, extra galactic. And we'll have, like, entire solar systems that are, like, white mana aligned. Entire solar systems that are black mana aligned. Oh my gosh, imagine a dual nebula. A dual nebula is how we get, like, dual color factions. That would be sick. That would be sick. Do you think we'll see any Eldrazi's? Yes, and we'll get to that Legendary Horde, but I do believe that. All right, so that's really cool. So yes, this is on the quiz. Sun and stars are made up of mana. Let me fix this. Suns and stars are made up of... Wrap that text. Oh, right. Dude, hold on. I gotta be weird with how I do the text boxes here because they're strange. Text transform. There we go. Okay. All right. Suns and stars are made up of mana. Got it. Yes, this will be on the quiz. You can read that, kind of, a little bit. You'll be fine. All right. Suns and stars are made up of mana. Well, at least in the wider edge of Eternities, but maybe not in this specific well, no, I guess it would be the specific thing. Okay. Blah blah blah. Beautiful art, by the way. A literal Magic the Gathering Dyson sphere. Well, this is not really technically a sphere because the light is actually still reaching through, but the Dyson cage, which is sick. Like, look at that art, dude. Also, look at that ship. Look at that starship over there. That's different. Now we need this in MS Paint so we can get the true experience of notes being drawn illegibly on either a chalkboard or whiteboard. Yeah, I'm bad at that. Okay. Space is vast. The gulfs between two given solar systems are best measured by time rather than units of measurement, which is Star Wars. Although kilometers, stellar units, and so on are all useful at certain scales. Sub-light speed interstellar travel is possible but impractical. So most interstellar travel takes place at different lamellae, actuated by Pinnacle's Eternity Columns systems. Intersystem sub-light travel, commerce, exploration, and conflict are all quite common among Pinnacle species, and those at our periphery. In fact, intrasystem conflict and commerce are founding concepts of Pinnacle, namely the cessation of the former and the encouragement of the latter. Okay, cessation of conflict and the encouragement of commerce. Got it. Okay, cool. So Pinnacle's like a... maybe we haven't necessarily seen if it's like a government yet, but... Among Pinnacle member species, known space has several common names. More popular, beyond the colloquial space, in recent history is the Edge, or Edge of Eternity. This colloquialism follows revelations of the shape of the universe, a relatively recent development in Pinnacle history and a consequence of popular understandings of cutting-edge Pinnacle science. The entire known universe is not yet mapped, but its shape can be hypothesized via observation. Pinnacle, using the full capabilities of its member states, has determined that, with some confidence, that the shape of the global universe, all creation outside of what is immediately able to be observed, is a ring-like and toroid. What does that mean? In a word, in the annular. Among one arc of observable space, there is a subtle blue shift. Observation toward the departure point from all matter, space, and time eventually ends in a chaotic, scrambled barrier of howling, recumbent particles impossible to observe beyond. This is colloquially known as the Chaos Wall. Okay, so the Eternities is ring-like and toroid. I don't know what toroid means. Toroid means donut-shaped. Thank you. So, yes, the Eternities in space is ring-shaped. That is how we analyze this galaxy, basically, right? So, the Eternities is ring-shaped. The Eternities is ring-shaped. If ring, why ring-shaped? Ring-shaped. Gotcha. Also, just a side note, I just want to say thank you very much. Good job. And there's a chaos wall, so just like most sci-fi things, there's an edge, or we'll say more of a wall, less of an edge, right? But a wall that people just can't see past because it's just full of too many chaotic particles, just like we kind of have in our own universe. Okay, cool. And so I guess in this donut ring-shaped thing, I guess like to the sides of it is just like chaotic particles. I don't know. All right, chaos wall. What part makes any sort of nebula look like that? The Draconic Nebula? Like, what is that? This is like an enchantment. This has to be an enchantment, right? Like a big old space enchantment. I mean, this is beautiful. Like this is oh my god. Opposite the Chaos Wall, all celestial bodies in the observable arc appear to subtly redshift. That is, appear to move away from the observer, indicating expansion. Alright, so the universe is still expanding. Pinnacle lacks the observational capacity to fully explore this edge of space and has accepted that it is so vast as to be functionally infinite. In contrast to the hard border of the Chaos Wall, this edge of space defies knowledge by outpacing observation. The border where observation crumbles, perhaps to provide a sense of structure to laypersons, is colloquially called the Quiet Wall. The edge exists between these two extremes, the raw destructive power of creation and the slow, quiet death of entropy. So, the edge of Eternities, you got this donut shape, right? The edge of explored and observable space, basically like the frontier sector, is right before the Quiet Wall. I guess the Quiet Wall is just like where we haven't quite explored yet, but we know that's kind of like where a soft edge or ending is. So the edge of Eternities is still like a livable populated section. It's just new. It's just like a newer thing that that this Pinnacle's space is observing. So let's add that to the notes. Quiet Wall. Quiet Wall. Soft edge of space. Soft edge of observable space. Yeah, sure. Okay. Cool. The properties of known faster than light FTL travel in Pinnacle space, coupled with recent disturbing phenomena across the Chaos Wall, what's that? Have led to discussion among learned species of the possibility that the universe encompasses a second pocket universe inside of the borders of the Chaos Wall. Yes, FTL travel necessitates piercing the Chaos Wall, suggesting on its own that there must be some form of space or other lamellae of creation behind the otherwise hard reality barrier. They're talking about the multiverse. Like, they're talking about the multiverse. The multiverse that we know in Magic is inside this donut ring of the Edge of Eternity space. So apparently something recently disturbing happened at the Chaos Wall that led people to believe that the multiverse is there. Maybe that has to do with the Omen Paths. Maybe that's something Eldrazi based. Who knows? But that's cool as hell. So this place does not know about the multiverse, right? They do not know about the multiverse. It truly is a foreign realm to them. Does not know about the multiverse. Okay. Does not know about the multiverse. There is some further evidence of contents within and behind the borders of the Chaos Wall. Chaotic ejecta is the most common. Pinnacle has captured recordings of a handful of these colossal energy bursts and meaningfully distinct readings of etheric waste and other strange, fast-decaying particles. In conjunction with hard science, Pinnacle understanding of the Chaos Wall and any potential space behind it is informed by Drix myth. The lamellae behind the Chaos Wall are typically treated as hellish places, homes of ancient beasts and devils that once raged across the edge of millennia past. That sounds like Eldrazi. So, like, beyond the Chaos Wall, aka in the Blind Eternities, is definitely described as a hellish place, right? Like, 100%, that is how it's always been described. It tears people apart. People who don't have a Planeswalker Spark get torn apart throughout the Blind Eternities. So, hellish place for sure, and homes of ancient beasts and devils, Don't know about the devil part, but definitely the Eldrazi would constitute ancient beasts that raged across the edge in millennia past. Notation. We are the father of children's tales, then, are we? Good. Let's play on that. As we drip feed information on my origins to our agents, but I am not interested in ejecta. Memnon. I am ejecta. You told me there were rumors of technology capable of transcending the Chaos Wall. Where is it? If it's weft and your eternity columns... If this weft and your eternity columns can cross the blind eternities, why can't I? Something is incomplete about this place's understanding of such things. So we're Tezzeret, right? Tezzeret's being just like, okay, like they just we're myths, right? Like people of the multiverse are just myth with people. That's fine. He's gonna drip feed information about the blind eternities and the rest of the multiverse. He doesn't really care about that, but he's not interested in the Eldrazi, basically, or whatever. He is something from the multiverse. So there, he's looking for rumors of technology capable of transcending the Chaos Wall, I guess, to breach back into the multiverse. Maybe it's Weft stuff. Eternity columns. What the hell is an Eternity column? Can cross the blind eternities. Why can't I? Something is incomplete about this place's understanding of such things. Cool. All right, Tezzeret's nefariousness. Maybe that's what he's after. Some sort of Weft thing. How they get their sub-light interstellar travel. This ship looks sick. One, this ship is symmetrical. I love that. I love symmetrical ships. And two, it looks cool as hell. I like it. I like it. This ship looks like it came straight out of like most like modern day space games, if I'm being honest with you. And like it looks like it just came out of like Space Engineers or something. Or whatever, yeah, that new game I just played. Anyway, alright. So we've learned suns and moons are made up of mana. The Eternities is a ring-shaped donut wall. The quiet wall is the soft edge of space, and that they don't know about the multiverse. But Tez is looking for something to pierce the chaos wall into the blind eternities. Does it wrap around? Perfect. All right. So that's what we've learned so far. We're doing great. Also, maybe I should put this into bullet points. Teehee. Don't do that. Stop. Boom. All right. Oh, okay. That's annoying. Oh, that's so stupid. It want to keep you like bold and anything save and rectify. Wow, okay, never mind, that's dumb. Okay, regardless. Sorry, get in the hang of this chat. Alright, to traverse the edge, unless one is blessed to be born with a body capable of withstanding the ravages of exposure to a naked vacuum, raw aether, radiation, and raw mana, one must be shielded. Typically, this shielding takes the form of a powerful vessel, a ship, that is outfitted for long distance, long term, on the order of days, weeks, months, years, and in exceptional cases, decades, travel. Typically pressurized to a normal atmosphere for the occupant species, sealed and hardened against external chemical, biological, and radioactive threats. We gotta be in a ship, that's fair. Is this the lore behind the new set? Yes, this is the lore behind the general world of the new set. Most ships also have some degree of kinetic shielding to protect against physical danger, although in the space between systems, the odds of collision between stellar bodies are astronomically small. These vessels are propelled by an engine of some kind, generally nuclear Moxite reactors. So Moxite is the fuel source that powers interstellar flight. Chat, this is on the exam. This is on the exam. Moxite. Moxite. Fuel. Moxite is the fuel. This is the What do they use in Star Wars? Sabana gas and stuff, and warp cores and all that stuff. Moxite, as in like Mox Tantalite, Moxin, Mox reactors. Ooh, that annoys you? It should. Generally nuclear Moxite reactors. Interesting. There are other forms of propellant that provide sufficient thrust to push it along the vacuum of space. Some ships are built to fly in atmosphere, but most are only designed and equipped to fly in vacuum. Ships range in size from single-occupant vehicles to mighty vessels with crews numbering in the thousands. So just remember, when you block and destroy my 7-6 space station, you're killing thousands. Just remember that. Just remember who's the monster here. Okay? Okay? Nuclear power needs a heat sink, which you do not have in space. It's nuclear Moxite reactor. Okay, the reactor has heat sinks in it. Duh. Duh. So it's another plane, or is this in the Blind Eternities? So, Samson, as we discussed, the Blind Eternities, and that's why we have the notes, but you can't read the notes. Samson, make sure you turn your phone to the side, sideways, by the way. Anyone that's watching on TikTok needs to turn this to horizontal view. So, the Eternities is a donut ring around the Blind Eternities. They don't know about the Blind Eternities. They don't know about it, but they have the inklings that it's there. But yes, this is not the Blind Eternities. This is its own, basically, like, universe-sized plane around it. The most valuable and precious ships in the Edge are Eternity ships, a broad classification of ships that encompass any vessel that has a mounted Eternity drive, typically in addition to its normal drive systems. Eternity drives allow ships to escape the rules of physics and time that govern the annular universe and travel faster than light via slipping into and out of the weft. Most vessels in the Edge are not equipped with Eternity drives, so they must travel to an Eternity column and dock aboard a larger, pinnacle-flagged ferry ships that run regular point-to-point routes via the weft. Okay. That is a hot take cloud. So, just this right here, this group, this is pretty interesting. This shows a lot about how how this Magic set is dealing with what most sci-fi sets have to deal with, right? It's about, like, FTL travel. And it's honestly combining, like, 3 to 4 different genres of space travel all into one. So, not only are there FTL drives, okay, so there are rare, or at least valuable. So, let's see. FTL/Eternity drives are unique, special, precious. So FTL/Eternity drives are precious. Not every ship has it, right? You don't have, it's not the Star Wars universe where just about every ship just has a hyperdrive. Because in Star Wars, people have to have a hyperdrive on their ships or else they get nowhere, right? From the smallest single seat vessel of the X-Wing or the A-Wing, not the TIE fighters though, but from the smallest single craft to the Millennium Falcon, to giant Star Destroyers, to the Death Star itself. In Star Wars, you have to have your own hyperdrive to get anywhere. That's just how it works. And there's hyperspace lanes that connect the entire galaxy, right? That's how Star Wars works. In, say, Star Trek, that is also the same thing, where warp nacelles are powering everything there. Every ship has FTL travel in Star Trek. They all do, even the smaller lifeboat craft, right? In Mass Effect, not every ship has that. In fact, most ships don't. They have fast drives to, like, travel within, like, a solar system, but they don't all have FTL drives. In Mass Effect, they use Mass Effect relays, right? And in a lot of space genres, if you don't want every single ship to just have their own hyperdrive, so people are just like teleporting everywhere, they have like, you know, giant Mass Effect relays are basically like these giant spacecraft that are neutral territory. No one shoots next to the Mass Effect relay, or else everyone in the galaxy hates you because everyone uses this to move. And you basically like pair up with some giant, you either go through like a giant portal in space. Like the Mass Effect relays are like a gravitational bubble, so as long as you're near it, you can start warping in and out. And other space things, you have to literally travel through a giant like celestial gate to like move cargo and everything like that. So it looks like in Eternities they're doing a mixture of both of those things. So Eternity drives are rare, or at least like, you know, kind of more unique, and really, really good to have if you're a pirate. And I'm assuming most pirates don't have it. Or you have to go to an Eternity column. And I think, what did Tezzeret say earlier? Your Eternity columns, right? So because the edge of Eternities is a donut, because this space is a donut, in order to get from one side of that donut to the other, I think they use Eternity columns to just like launch through the blind Eternities, which is what Tezzeret's talking about right here. You go through the blind Eternities to get to that other Eternity column. So in order for that big long travel, you're going through Eternity columns. Gotcha. Which are the giant Mass Effect relays. And to further double down on, you know, how they're using other genres, they're going through something called the WEFT, right? So FTL drives are precious. Mass Effect / Eternity drive relays are the most, I guess, like the most common way. And they travel into an alternate dimension? Weft, aka alternate dimension. They travel into the chaos. They're doing the 40K where you travel into the chaos dimension in order to like do FTL. We have to, yeah, they need to tell us what the Weft is, but like the Weft is in Star Wars technically has the WEF too. In Star Wars, you are going not necessarily like technically faster than light, but you're going into a pocket dimension that you actually travel through. But in Star Trek, you are just straight up moving faster than light. Like you're literally just going fast. And in 40K, you go through the chaos, which is kind of maybe like the WEF here. And Mass Effect, you just are going fast. There's a lot. They're combining like a lot of different things all into one, which is an interesting conglomeration of things here. Most vehicles on the edge are not equipped with Eternity drives, so they must have traveled through the Eternity cut, and they have to travel to an Eternity column and dock aboard a larger Pinnacle flagged ferry ship. So like the Pinnacle system, you know, government, whatever, probably has, you know, pretty big control over these ferry ships. So if you're a pirate, it's probably really difficult to, you know, to travel throughout the galaxy unless you have your own Eternity drive, right? So pirates, in order to be a pirate, you probably have to have an Eternity drive or be really, really good at making deals in the black market. But that is really interesting. So even if you get to an Eternity column, you still have to dock with a bigger ferry ship to like literally do like point to point routes via the WEF. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. WEF, alternate dimensional space, and also driveways with ferry ships, with federal ferry ships. Okay. The lore so far reminds me a lot of Endless Space 2. Fuck, don't remind me of Endless Space 2, bro. Now I want to play Endless Space. Although in Endless Space, you're not doing relays. In Stellaris, you do relays. Endless Space, you just have an Eternity drive and you just go from space system to space system. All right. Okay, so that's this is the general test here. The summary so far for like general galactic travel. So suns and stars are made up of mana. The Eternities is ring-shaped. There's the quiet wall that's at the edge of space. And the chaos wall, hard edge of space. And inside that is the multiverse. They don't know about the multiverse, except for maybe something that happened recently. Tezzeret's looking for something that can pierce the chaos wall to get into the Blind Eternities. Moxite is the fuel system. Nuclear Moxite. FTL/Eternity drives are precious and rare. They're doing the Mass Effect sort of Eternity Drive relay system that you have to still dock with ferry ships in order to go places. And then they're also traveling through the weft/alternate dimensional space. They are kind of like Stellaris has multiple ways of travel, kind of, yeah. But yeah, okay, so they're combining a lot here. Okay, so we're gonna save these notes. I'm saving these notes in a different thing. Let me delete these notes. Okay. So now we're going to restart. How to get there now. Faster than light travel. So this was, what? How to get there with sublight interstellar travel. Okay. And then how to get there now. Faster than light travel. Beautiful ship, by the way. Beautiful ship. It is symmetrical, except for this stupid ball thing. So that does make me angry, but I like it in every other way. But boy, do I hate that ball. Alright, how does faster than light travel work? Faster than light travel requires 3 components. A vessel equipped with an Eternity drive. Okay. Proximity to an Eternity column so that the column can transmit sufficient power to the ship and diffuse whatever feedback might spike as a result and propel them into the weft. Okay. Or a Pinnacle codebook to correctly align one's starting point and finishing point. What the fuck? Okay. So you need an Eternity drive. Or proximity to an Eternity column. So they do the Mass Effect thing. And I guess the ferry ship is basically there to just charge up your ship fast enough. Mass Effect relay. And or a Pinnacle codebook. So like a map, basically, to correctly align one's starting point and your finishing point. So kind of like in Star Wars, where you kind of need to know where you're starting and where you need to end up. That's why people don't do blind hyperspace jumps in Star Wars. Because if you don't know where you're ending, you could end up anywhere. Until, of course, the movies just say that you can do it. Okay. Cool. So, we don't need those notes. With these 3 conditions met, a ship has the technical ability to travel faster than light. Among Pinnacle science, that's going to trip me up all the time. Among Pinnacle science, faster than light travel is colloquially called warp or weft travel. Okay. Weft travel is warp travel. When a vessel travels in this method, it plunges into the parallel lamellae behind the chaos wall, the Eternities, or weft. The later is a term borrowed from Drix culture. The latter. Weft? Okay. And then reemerges at its destination point. Okay, so weft. Okay, no, weft is literally the multiverse. Right? Like, they unblinded the blind Eternities. So with an Eternity drive, a map, and a Eternity column, as long as you know where you're going to end up, so like known space and then unknown space on the other side, you can travel through the blind Eternities because you're no longer blind, aka the weft, and get to where you need to go. And I guess the Drix culture calls the blind Eternities the weft for whatever reason. That's just what it's called. Okay. All right. Damn, that's kind of crazy. They acknowledge that they can go beyond this chaos wall thing. They just can't like park in it. They have to travel through it. That's pretty crazy. That's like actually kind of wild. Eternity drives. Okay, wait. So the blind, they unblinded the blind Eternities with the weft. Okay. Eternity drives and Eternity ships. Ooh, that piece of art looks amazing. We're not going to look at that yet. I'll salivate over it too much. Eternity drives and Eternity ships. An Eternity drive is a secondary propulsion system for ships that, when activated, emulates the function of a Drix seam ripper, allowing the vessel and all beings inside the field that the Eternity drive projects to slip out of real space into the weft. An incredibly important note about Eternity drives: single-purpose and dual-purpose Eternity drives do not propel a ship through the weft. They merely open and close the door. To go somewhere via the Eternities, one must be catapulted between points in space, be it... Okay, alright, okay. Alright, okay. So, an important note about Eternity drives: single purpose and dual purpose Eternity drives, whatever the hell that means, do not propel a ship through the weft. They merely open and close the door. To go somewhere via the Eternities, one must be catapulted between points in space via Eternity columns. Okay. And then also, seam rippers. Okay, so they're drawing another sci-fi term by just saying that these Eternity drives are simply open. They're ripping open a seam, a hole in space, and then projecting a field around, a Geller field around the ship to go into the blind Eternities, and then as long as you know where you're going, you can slip out of it, but you don't propel yourself, right? The thing simply opens and closes the door. In order to go through the Eternities, you need to be part of the Eternity column. Okay, so do we have free space travel? Free from the government? Or no? Like, are Eternity drives just for, like, travel, like, within a local star cluster? And then Eternity columns are to get to the other end of a galaxy? Is that like, the difference here? Oh, God. And what is a single-purpose and dual-purpose Eternity drive? Are those, like, engines? Are those just, like, normal engines? Chat. Ugh, okay. Drix seam rippers do not propel you. Okay. Sure. And there are single and dual purpose Eternity drives. I told you this shit was dense. Okay. Alright. And ships don't get propelled through the weft. They just... Okay, whatever. Okay, let's look at the notation. The development of something akin to the planar bridge. Okay, this is Tezzeret talking. The development of something akin to the planar bridge here in this magically primitive, yet technologically advanced exoverse. Shut up, Tezzeret. Was not something I was expecting. Perhaps this technology is a means of breaching the chaos wall and returning to the multiverse. Memnon, have our contacts procure an additional technological specification of the guideline station for me, and steal a code book, a dictionary of standard technical terms. I tired of your universe's jargon. Honestly, Tezzeret, same, bro. Damn, this is crazy. Okay, so yeah, he's acknowledging that, like, the planar bridge, which was something that was made on a plane in the multiverse, just like it just kind of just was. So they do have a planar bridge. The planar bridge is the Eternity column, or no, the Eternity drive is the planar bridge. Okay, which travels through the multiverse, aka the weft. Okay, so they have planar bridges. Okay. I also like that he calls this magically primitive, but technologically advanced. Like, no one's shooting fireballs from their hands, because they just fucking don't. But they do shoot space lasers, and I love that for them. Okay. And I guess Tezzeret wants to return to the multiverse. Let's put that in the notes. Tez wants to Return to the multiverse. I don't know how he got there in the first out of there in the first place, but that's fine. This is beautiful. Victor, god damn, dude, I'm saving this art. This is sick as fuck, dude. Wow, like this, oh my god. Damn, that makes me angry how pretty that is. That's just beautiful. I didn't know Victor could draw like this. Jesus. I wonder if this will be a land or like a like this is. Oh, this will be a saga? Will they have saga, you think? Yeah? Right. I wonder what this will do. That's cool as shit, dude. If there's giant... Okay, listen. I'm just telling you. If there's eternity columns that, like, kind of are like sagas, and they have, like, different activated abilities, like charging your ship up to launch them across the galaxy, that's cool as hell, dude. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's super cool. Okay. Saga, Eternity columns, question mark. I feel like this would be able to crew something, but Saga makes sense. I mean, like, because it's a vertical piece of art, right? Like, it's obviously not on a Magic card, right? The dimensions do not fit. Like, because it's so very vertical, I'm imagining something that's like a Saga. We don't have artifact sagas quite yet, and I don't, this is not like a spaceship, right? Like, it's an Eternity column. It's like a space bridge thing. So I don't think that it would have to be crewed. And the numbers to crew something like this would be, like, astronomical, An Eternity column is a pinnacle-constructed, free-floating, kilometers-long installation that is superpositional, meaning that regardless of your occupied layer of reality, columns are always in the same place. The coordinate position of any column is constant. These anchored columns allow for ships with Eternity drives to be slung from column to column at faster than light speeds, like cable cars on the track. That's sick as fuck. Eternity columns are all built and managed by Pinnacle, but the stations that spring around them can be managed by local governments. This leads to a wide variety of quality and diversity among the station-side habitants. Although Pinnacle does enforce minimum standards of life, diplomatic protection, and anti-corruption measures on stations that we do not directly manage. In any case, the ultimate authority on any Eternity column is Pinnacle. Okay, so the government, Pinnacle, has ultimate authority on stations. Like, basically, like, this is a highway, right? Like, this is a federal highway throughout the galaxy. And they're doing the slingshot method. So, much like Mass Effect relays, they slingshot you from Eternity column to Eternity column. So an Eternity column is a Pinnacle constructed free-floating kilometers-long installation that's superpositional, meaning that regardless of your occupied layer of reality. So regardless of if you're in this dimension or that dimension or this dimension, it is always in the same space. There is something about the Eternity column makes it have the same space throughout any dimension, which is crazy. That's like, I mean, that's cool. Like, that's good world building for how this shit works, but, like, that's crazy technology. Anchor columns allow for ships with Eternity drives to be slung from column to column at FTL speeds, like cable cars. So yeah, just like cable cars, that is how you get. So, like, I guess, yeah, to go from one side of the galaxy to the other, the one side of the universe to the other, you have to cable car around the donut. So then why would you have to cross through the weft? Eternity columns are like cable cars. Slingshot from one. Oh, is this like the Marvel universe? Don't they slingshot around there or no? How do they do it in Marvel? Like the movies, right? Like they open up some hexagon shape and then they travel through, and they don't ping pong around points in space. One call they monkey bar to another. Pinnacle is the main authority providing equality, providing equality. However, I mean, you know, I think honestly, I don't think that like this storyline, like the Edge of Eternities, I don't believe that they'll kind of like delve into whole like, oh, Pinnacle's actually like an evil government that's doing like shady deals and stuff. Maybe like when we go back, but I think that Pinnacle is kind of like the Federation in Star Trek, where like, I mean, the Federation's like a government like with its own ideals and stuff, but like it's a it's just like a benevolent force, right? Like it's like, okay, you get to Thunder Junction and people are traveling throughout the Thunder Junction. How do they do that? Well, there's trains. Okay, well, who runs the trains? The government just does. Like, oh, you know, like we're focused on the doing other stuff, but just know that the government makes the trains run on time, so people can do that and no one's mad. Like that, and then like that's it, right? Pinnacle is just the government body that makes everything run on time so that the story can do its own thing. And there's also smaller there's smaller stations, right? Like I guess like the Pinnacle is like the main highway, and then there's smaller stations that spring up around them so that like local governments have their own space station stuff. That's cool. That's cool as shit. Okay, notation. All these resources to do what I could once wield in the palm of my hand. Get over it. For all your advanced technological prowess, I still dwarf your greatest engineers. You are like children, unaware of the far greater powers lurking just beyond your sight. Alright, man. Alright. Okay. I'm sorry, who were you using those powers for? The Phyrexians who bitched you out? Okay. Nico Bolas who bitched you out? Yeah, okay. Calm your shit, dude. Jesus. Oh my god. That's beautiful. Oh, I want to cry. Oh my lord. That's so pretty. Oh, that's so pretty. What is this art of, dude? Like legitimately, like what could this be art of? Fuck, it's so pretty. Oh my lord. Okay, and even the bridge of whatever this is, states and entities, I don't know if this is like a space station or a spaceship. It kind of feels more like a space station than a ship. Um, but like, you know, it doesn't look like a Star Wars ship where there's just like the bridge and technical officers are just like down in pits. It doesn't look like Mass Effect where it's just like the pilot doing his thing. It doesn't look like Star Trek because the things aren't a raid where like the captain is close to everyone, able to talk about a different thing. That's why it makes it feel like it's a space station where like people are doing their thing, and like maybe that's the captain, where people like someone over here can walk up to the captain and say like, hey, there's like a call for you, and it's not that urgent because you're on a giant space station, you know, it's not that big a deal. But if this was a spaceship and it's just like, hey, we're being hailed by the admiral, we gotta like go to battle, you can't be like walking that sort of distance. So I think there's like a space station because all the information's so far away. And it's beautiful. Just I never thought that we would get art like this on a Magic card. I'm like literally salivating. This is so pretty. Okay, states and the entities of the Edge. Pinnacle. All right, so this is about Pinnacle, the government. So let me get rid of these notes. All right. Pinnacle. Pinnacle was founded by an alliance of spacefaring species from the same system who were made aware of each other's existence prior to their mutual space age via intersystem radio transmissions. Their first forays into space were stumbling but heroic. The early decades of their mutual expansion throughout their solar system and beyond doubly so. This alliance encountered the Drix in their second century of expansion and integrated them into Pinnacle administration. The Drix shared the secrets of FTL travel with Pinnacle, allowing Pinnacle to develop the earliest versions of Eternity columns and drives, technologies that replicated the Drix beam worlds and seam rippers. What? This opened a whole universe to all member species of Pinnacle via ship-scale intergalactic FTL travel. Pinnacle has grown and undergone many dramatic changes since its foundations, but its core principle remains intact: to organize the universe under a single body whose mandate is peace, cooperation, and mutual prosperity. I'm down for it. I'm sure, again, once we get to Edge of Eternities 2, it'll be, Pinnacle will be, it'll be evil, but for right now, they're good. All species and civilizations who are signatories and members of Pinnacle eschew currency. Hold up. Hold up. What, I'm sorry? Excuse me? All species and civilizations who are signatories and members of Pinnacle eschew currency. Instead, they operate on Malomas, an economic system that prioritizes reputation, exchange, and the duties of host and guest, and other virtuous acts registered in public. Oh my god! Wait. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that Magic. Is this space credit? Oh my god, it's space credit score. Oh my god. Eschew currency. Acquire social credit. Holy, oh my god. I was not prepared. I was not prepared for Magic the Gathering. Eschew capitalism. Embrace social currency. That's crazy. That's I think the most out of left field thing that we've covered this entire stream. Wow. Okay. Sure. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Virtuous acts registered in public. That's crazy. That's crazy. The economies of the Edge are far more complex than the economies of the Edge are far more complex than Pinnacle propaganda would have you believe. You will be able to generate sufficient wealth to fund your operations. We just have to know where to look and how to rig the system in our favor. The native Siltharan species have not yet signed as a member state, which presents us a host of opportunities. Okay, so in the Edge of Eternities where... Okay, so in the Edge of Eternities, in the Siltharan system where the storyline is currently taking place, even though the rest of the multiverse, the rest of the Eternities uses social credit score for their economy, these people have not signed on to that yet. So therefore, they still use capitalism. Okay. Capitalism wins somehow still. we are never free from capitalism. Oh my god. We are never free. We're never free. That's wild. You know how you remember that that part in what? Command and Conquer? I'm going to go to the one place that hasn't been infected by capitalism, space. Well, that's true in Edge of Eternities, except very specifically the solar system where we're going to, where they do very specifically have capitalism still. The Hydra of Cap ever persists. Honestly, Charge Spark, that goes crazy. Damn, that's hot. That's hot. This is an art. Oh, yo, this is Arcane Signet. I'm betting you. I'm betting you this is Arcane Signet. I'm betting you this is Arcane Signet right here. 100%. 100% that's Arcane Signet. And damn, does that look good. Damn, does that look good. Oh, that's hot. Okay. That's Arcane Signet right there, without a doubt. I just confirmed Arcane Signet will be reprinted in Edge of Eternity's Commander. Just, you know, just spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. The most common point of contact where the myriad peoples of the Edge encounter Pinnacle Coalition constituents and officers is at an Eternity column, which are Pinnacle. Sorry. The most common point of contact where the myriad peoples of the Edge encounter Pinnacle Coalition constituents and officers is at an Eternity column, which are Pinnacle-administered interstellar transit hubs. Ships looking to transit between the stars must depart from their nearest Eternity column. If they are not equipped with an Eternity drive, they dock with a Pinnacle ferry at the nearest Eternity column, which ferries non-FTL ships between the stars. Okay, so we're back on the whole, like, you get to an Eternity column, you connect to a ferry ship and then go. Okay, so if you have an Eternity drive, if you're near a column, you can just go. You don't have to dock. You can just go, be near a drive and just go and slingshot around. If you don't have one, you have to dock with the ferry. Okay. I feel like they, like, in the middle of this, they kind of like lost track of the whole docking thing. Like up here, sorry, just to like specifically, like this part here, right, requires 3 components. So you need all 3 of these things. You need an Eternity drive, and a proximity to an Eternity column, so it can charge your ship up enough, and a code book. But if you don't have an Eternity drive, you can go to an Eternity column and connect to a ferry, which I assume obviously has its own code book, I suppose. Alright. Sure. Pinnacle is a collective administrative entity. While it has a core system and capital world, its day-to-day management is distributed across known space. The members of Pinnacle's strategic core are decision-making individuals and persons of tremendous political power. These administrators, directors, emissaries, ambassadors, and other ranking personnel can all be encountered on Eternity columns in member worlds, or prospective member systems, and attended to diplomatic, administrative, trade, and other soft power missions. Yeah, it's a government. It's a government that has a capital. I don't think we'll be visiting it during the Edge of Eternities, right? But like, it's a government that has a capital, but mostly, obviously, since it's a universe-wide, local galaxies and solar systems deal with their own stuff. It's just that there's like a governing body. That's fine. That's fair. Whatever. High-ranking agents and Pinnacle in hiking. Let's add some notes here. Hold on. Never free from capitalism. They has a capital, but day-to-day things are run by local leaders. Okay. High-ranking agents of Pinnacle's strategic core are rarely encountered alone or without going through many layers of lower and middle level functionaries first. The personnel of Pinnacle Tactical Core. Pinnacle Tactical Core is a vast Pinnacle Tactical Corps is vast and composed of many thousands of types of specialists, officers and technicians, captains, and other agents who make up the rank and file of the Intergalactic Administration. PTC, so Pinnacle Tactical Corps personnel, as their PTC personnel, as their core title indicates, handle Pinnacle's tactical presence. They fly ships, patrol stations, process documents, haul supplies, repair stations, run medical clinics, cook food, and what? What? And handle any other professional or task Pinnacle considers tactics, i.e. the day-to-day work necessary to keep the lights on. I don't deny that cooking and running medical clinics and hauling supply... Hold on. Wait. Okay. This is so weird. So, like, in most space settings, there's, like, you know, you work as a ship hauler, right? Like, your job is to transport goods from one place to another. In Warhammer 40k, you have, like, rogue traders. In Star Wars, you have just the Trade Federation. You have, Star Trek, you just make things. In 40k, or I said 40k. In everything, there is always, like, you know, a trade group, a repair mechanic shop, you know, medical clinic, just hospitals. Those are probably government funded still. Those are government funded in Star Wars. But like cooking food, I am a PTC officer, petty cook officer, Kuro Hitsuki here. Even cooking food is like an arm of the government. That's kind of crazy. Is there no McDonald's, or is there like government McDonald's? Like how does that's kind of that's pretty wild. I mean that's just pretty crazy. Okay, notation. What Pinnacle doesn't say here is the implied threat of isolation, cooperate or be confined. They have the military might to dissuade any attempts at seizing an Eternity column, and 100 more from which to launch a counterattack if necessary. Even if you could wrest control of one, they are by nature a one-way trip. That is true, right? Like if you take over one Eternity column, that's fine. Literally every other Eternity column in the galaxy can attack you at once. Like that's pretty true. Damn, there's a space game I really want to play now. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Okay. I mean, this is like a pretty invasive government. And I do like what Tezzeret is saying here. Over under on government issued McGriddles being good. Aren't they like by necessity bad? Right? Like by necessity, are they not bad? Isn't it the lowest common denominator? Yeah. I do kind of like the idea of government issued McGriddles though. And remember, you don't pay with money, you pay with your social credit score. In order to get the good McGriddles, you have to get an A on your report card and help an old lady across the street. Yeah, I do like what he's saying here. Like, their isolation is not even just like, you know, your section of the galaxy can be cut off, but just like you just don't get food. Like you don't get food cooked for you on this space station unless you go to the, you know, Earth Town and get food there. Maybe gotta be Star Citizen, as it were. True. All right, so that was Pinnacle. Invasive as all hell, as all chaos. Even government issued McGriddles. So you can petition your local leaders to have McChicken strips available all year round instead of seasonal. So you know what? I'm actually kind of on board. I take back every potential threat. That's actually kind of dope. That's actually sick. That's actually dope. Alrighty. On to the Ilvoy. Oh, I was saying that wrong. It's kind of like Envoy? Ilvoy. Ilvoy. The Ilvoy Bloom. Ooh. The Uthros Combine. Alright, this Uthros... This is a Simic word right here. Uthros is the most Simic word I've ever heard. Bro. What? Yo. It's like a cephalopod... I want to play Stellaris. I want to play Endless Legends 2. This is like one of the most common space tropes, like cephalopods, aquatic space creatures, aquatic space jellyfish that use technology. Like, those are emoji faces, bro. They speak through emoji faces. That's kind of sick, bro. That's so fucking cool. That's so cool. All right, these are Simic. This is blue green for sure. This is blue green in a nutshell. All right, the Ilvoy are a species of large gelatinous medusiform. I've never heard of medusiform, but that's kind of sick. The Ilvoy are a species of large gelatinous medusiform beings. Humans often refer to them as jellyfish. That has to be a slur. Ilvoy evolved from a distant gas giant, growing and flourishing deep in the volatile, crushing depths of its core. What? The core? I don't know how gas giants work. They don't have a surface, but like eventually it gets so, like, the gas gets so dense it forms into a liquid or a plasma, and then there's a core. Okay, I'm sorry, I got a lot, and just chat, literally just like that, I got lost in the sauce. I'm so sorry. That's why we're going over this. All right, listen, when I get lost like that, you gotta snap me back in. All right. Ilvoy evolved on a distant gas giant, growing and flourishing deep in the volatile, crushing depths of its core. There they developed their fantastic cloud sculpting practice. That's hot. An esoteric suite of technology and natural ability that bends psychokinetic manifestation with technological prowess to shape the very matter of their world, the gases that compose it, into solid structures of determinable mass and shape. Okay, this is the sexiest Simic has ever been pitched to me. Ever. I do not like Simic. I am not a Simic person. I am now. This is the sexiest that it's ever been. They use their natural psychokinetic magic stuff with technology to shape clouds and gases. That's hot. Okay. So Simic, clearly Simic. Jellyfish must be a slur. Cloud sculpting turns gases into solid structures. Okay, cool. These are the notes. The Ilvoy... Oh, God, they're going to have the creature-type jellyfish, won't they? That's fucked up. The Ilvoy use this power to construct vessels capable of ferrying them first into the higher atmospheres of their homeworld, then above their world, then out to distant stars. Here they encountered Pinnacle, whose agents had been drawn to the Ilvoy homeworld by characteristic radio transmissions, radiation signatures, emissions, and other markers of near interstellar civilizations. The Ilvoy joined Pinnacle, drawn to its long histories and vast libraries of pan-species knowledge. There, they have become a promising member among Pinnacle's scientific consensus arm. The Ilvoy commonly interface with humanoid species using emote screens. Small, face-sized robots that automatically interpret the Ilvoy wearer's speech, bearing and other nonverbal cues to accurately and immediately display the wearer's intended emotional state. I kind of love that. I like that. In, like, Mass Effect, you'll have different races that, you know, they don't have a human facial structure, right? So, like, they don't smile. But I do like when, like, during their speech, they'll say, like, with excitement, "It's so good to see you." or like derogatory meatbag sort of thing. Like I always love that. I love that in sci-fi settings, and this is a kind of like a, I mean, it's like a more modern way of like doing the same thing, because I don't really see like the emote screens often. Robots themselves will have emote screens, but I'm not used to the person is right there talking to you in like impassionless face, but like the screens are like smiling. Like that's kind of cool, and a really good setup for a villain. I've anticipated your curiosity into my former organization, surmised and appended the organization and workings of the Uthros Combine below. Sorry, okay, I got lost. I've anticipated your curiosity into my former organization and summarized and appended the organization and workings of the Uthros Combine below. Unfortunately, I did not have access to the high security wing at the core. Hey, Warlords, how you doing? Yeah, it's like sci-fi Wile E. Coyote sort of situation. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Chart Spark. Yeah, it's like meep, and you just hold up the sign. That's kind of cool. I really want to double down on that. I really do like that there will be the physical person in front of you, and the screens around them will show their emotion. It's not like robots. It's not like Wally, you know, the other robot from Wally, where like, you know, it's just like an emote screen and the lights just change to like different faces. It's not like that, because it's not the robot trying to emote with you or like approximate emotions. It is literally a creature that wants you to understand how it's feeling, but it just doesn't have the same face. So it's using technology to convey that to you, and that's like, that has more purpose behind it than just like a robot doing it. I like this world building a lot. Making a Baitor deck really good in Spell Table. I'm not sure when you're doing MTG against other viewers, creative viewers. I will be getting back to into that. I think well, I guess next month is the soonest. But we will be doing that. Emote screens to share emotions. That's cute. Ilvoy and the Sothara system are typically associated with the Uthros Combine, a private research group headquarters on Uthros. The Combine divides its personnel into 3 branches: administration, research and development, and security. I mean, sure. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, they got, sure, whatever. Uthros Combine is the main arm that we see. Cool. These are cool ships. I like these. Oh yeah, the fighters are like, there's the hangar there. I like these. Hey, thank you very much, Warlords. These are cool. These are really cool. All right. Pitor Dora. Ilvoy of the administration branch occupy administrative and logistical roles in the Sothera system for the Uthros Combine. It's their job to ensure the smooth function of the secret installation on Uthros. Oh. Where are they in the Sothera system? There's not a planet called Uthros, is there? That would be stupid, right? The day-to-day functioning of their other public upper atmosphere installations on the world, and maintain the connections between the Ilvoy population and Sothera, and the larger body of the culture outside the system. No, okay. Oh, okay, so Uthros is a planet in the Sothera system. Okay. It's just a straight up planet there. Okay, gotcha. Understood. And then the Uthros Combine is just like the local government version of the Ilvoy. Okay. Administration branch Ilvoy can be encountered throughout the Sothara system, but the highest ranking personnel operate the deep atmosphere Uthros installation. Ilvoy of the research and development branch are located on the Uthros Combine installation at the core, at the planet's core, studying redacted. R&D branch personnel range from basic research assistants and sanitation technicians to esoteric field specialists and gnostic engineers. R&D branch is the largest amount of personnel engaged with the most broad portfolio of work, though encounters with R&D personnel outside of Uthros installation are exceedingly rare. Interesting. Ilvoy, the security branch, can be found throughout the Sothara system, with varying degrees of clearance, equipment, and mandates. The Uthros installation security Sorry. In the Uthros installation, security personnel are equipped to keep infiltrators out, root out spies within, and respond to known, unknown threats. Outside of the Uthros installation, security personnel can be counted in Ilvoy, aligned stations, patrolling system near Uthros, and proactively chasing down leads to relevant in the work of R&D and administration in the Uthros installation. So obviously, like, I mean, scientists, government leaders, and their security forces. This is pretty straightforward, right? This is just a scientific group that's in the wider galaxy here on the edge doing some science stuff, usually keeping to themselves, mono blue stuff. That's pretty straightforward. They keep to themselves while conducting secret redacted research. So obviously, right, there's gonna be some fucked up shit happening. Like, obviously they're probably researching into old gods or some Eldrazi stuff or whatever, and their secret goal is to eat the universe or something. There's never a good scientist in these things. Maybe technically the Solarians, and even those people did a genocide. All right. Let's go into the monoism and the monasteriate. That's actually not that hard, the word. All right, monoism. Monoists, I think that's their name. The monoists. All right, so this was... I don't want to say... Like, I don't think that Pinnacle's, like, white aligned specifically. But if there's 5 different races, and we're just going to, like, find them in, like, 5 different planets... Because, like, they haven't talked about, like, what planet Pinnacle is around, but, like, it's probably that white aligned planet. The Ilvoy blue, because they talked about being on Uthros, so like the blue aligned planets, the Ilvoy, they're just doing their thing, and that makes sense. And then monoism, obviously this is like the mono black people, so yeah, I guess this is like the mono black people, right? Monoism in the Monsterat, and the Saucer Secundi mission and Inevita. Sure, dude. This art's sick, though. This art's really cool. Alright. Monoism is an ancient unitary faith commanded by an insular and esoteric governing body, the monasteriate. Though the faith is uniform and commanding Congress is centralized, monoism is not a single species faith. Monoism competes with sumism, the faith of the sum, to be the most widespread faith in the Pinnacle space, featuring at any given moment a fair claim to the greatest number of practitioners, physical sites, and client worlds. The faith represents a pan-stellar, pan-temporal certainty that is grounding at the myriad of the edge. Okay. So, interstellar faith, and opposite of the summists. Opposite of the summists, insular and esoteric governing body. So they have their own governing body. Okay, so this is a like mono black religion thing. If this is a mono black religion that just ends up being a death cult, it will be really, really weird that there's entire planets and societies and species that all like worship one death cult. So they better make this believable. The Monasteria is a congress of hundreds of elector summon the elector monks. Oh my god, that's crazy. The Monastery is a congress of hundreds of elector monks who administer monist doctrine and North Star civic direction from the faith's capital at the lip of Saucer, the photon collar that rings Point Prime, the first and most holy supervoid of the monoist faith. The lip of saucer is what remains of the star that birthed Point Prime. Caesarians, the species that divined the first tenets of monism and founded the faith, emerged from the lip of the saucer, from the gravity-torn carcass of that star. They are individually massive beings They are individually massive beings who lens light around themselves and are born with an inherent command over the trembling gravitational threads of the annular universe. Okay. Let's, okay. So, capital, the lip of saucer, around Point Prime, their first super void. Okay, so their capital is the lip of saucer around Point Prime, which is the first ever super void that their faction has. Okay, and the Susarians were born from the black hole? Yeah. Emerged from the lip. Yeah, they emerged from the black hole, right? Yeah. Born of the black, or the super void. Super void. Born of the super void. They are huge and control gravity. Just inherently. They just control gravity. Alright. Okay. And I guess they could just do that all over the universe. They don't need to, like, be near their birthing one. These are cool. Who are these? Are these the robots they use? These look like humans. I hope that they're not just boring humans. They don't look that big. Most modern-day monoists are human. Okay. The core practice of the faith is centered around the communal recitation of their Masonic figures' ongoing transmissions, typically in the form of ecstatic polyvocal choirs. The Immortal Faller. Okay, let's add that to the list. The Immortal Faller. A figure of many names, though this is the most popular, can be observed approaching the center of every supervoid, known as the 0 point, beyond which Inevita, the promised future, awaits. Okay. The Immortal Faller. The Immortal Faller. Observed approaching the center of every super void. Do they like see them? Do they see them often? Is that like a normal thing? Approaching the center of every super void. Beyond which Inevita awaits. Okay, sure. Alright. The Immortal Faller is the name of the savior and the first prophet of the Monoist faith. He is represented in Monoist text as the subsequent pronouns he, him, and always capitalized. Ooh, okay, let me make sure I do that. The subsequent pronouns. The Seeker and the Well is the name of the book reportedly written by the Immortal Faller himself. Unlike the theorem, unending and final, it is written in the first person. This book is the first volume of the Plummet Accord. Jesus Lord. Okay, the Plummet Accords, sure. The theorem, unending and final, is both the name of the Faller's song that Monoists work to interpret and the ever-expanding second volume of their books of faith. The theorem is assumed to be infinite and can be heard issuing from every super void yet discovered. This is the second volume of the Plummet Record. The Plummet Record is the name of the collected 2-volume holy text of monoism. So the first volume is done. Okay, The Seeker and the Well is the first volume in the Plummet Record. The second and infinitely scaling one is the theorem of unending and final. Okay, it's also their song. Okay. Okay. Plummet Record. Plummet Record. The plummet record. First and second holy books. Okay, just the holy books. First and okay, the plummet record is the no of both of them. The first is the seeker and the well. Second, the theorem unending and final. Okay. You got all that, chat? Damn, this is like escaping the bounds of what I have here. Okay, maybe I actually have to cut some of this down here. Okay, there we go. This will be on the test. Alright, so the plummet record is both holy books. The first one is the Seeker in the Well. The second is the theorem unending and final, which never ends. The 0 point is the destination of the faller, the center of point prime, which is reflected in every super void yet encountered. Point prime is the original thing, right? Point prime is the original. The original point prime is the first super void, and then the 0 point is where the faller is on its way to, and every super void has a 0 point, even though it's the center of point prime. It's reflected in every super void. Okay. And then Inevita is the perfect future that lies beyond the 0 point. Monolith's doctrine teaches that Inevita has already occurred, and that the work of the faith is to accelerate its arrival, also known colloquially as the next eternity. Okay. I think that's where an Eldrazi comes from, by the way. I believe that that the end of Edge of Eternities will lead to a birth of a new Eldrazi called Inevita. That's my my guess. Perfect afterlife has happened before. Must rush. Rush building your end game super weapon. All right. Okay. The monoliths justify their action through self-evidence. Their profit exists in every super void. It's hard to deny when your profit exists in every super void. Inevita is already resolved. I like resolved. Merely awaiting the advance of local time. I like that. Thus, monoliths conclude, so too should they exist in every land of the void. If the annular universe did not want monoism to propagate across the stars, and super voids would not hold at their core the immortal form of the follower. Thus the monoliths, they are, and they shall do as they shall. Okay. Right, so the reason for them to exist is self-evident. If their god isn't inside every super void, then why God-shaped in the middle of every super void? Is like, you know, like they justify everything, all their actions through just like, but like, okay, well, if God didn't want this, then like, why do God exist? It's like, all right, well, I mean, I guess, how do I argue that, I suppose? If God no want, then why God shaped? That's basically like how they argue everything. If God no want, then why God shaped? Yeah, they argue just like a zealot. All right, notation. That's a lot of words to say. That's a lot of words to say. Entropic death cult. True. Is this follower real or just some phenomena that they've retroactively ascribed meaning? Memnon, reach out to our local Mana's contacts and see what you can find out. I've had enough of would-be gods. True. True. Although Tezzeret hasn't messed with the Eldrazi as much. Not really. He wasn't actually involved with the Eldrazi at all, so he has a lot of gods to he has more gods to go. But yeah, Entropic Death Cult. They're literally, their goal is to like increase the spread and birth of supermassive black holes so that they can restart reality. Cool. I hope they have good health benefits. I guess eternal life afterwards is a good enough benefit for like trillions of people across the galaxy to believe in, but miss me with that, I suppose. All right, new faction just dropped. Celestial Palatinate? What is a Palatinate? What is a Palatinate, chat? I need someone to look that up right now. I will literally, hey West Coast, I will literally never move on from this. What is a Palatinate? And the Sunstar Free Company. Sun Free Company. What is a Palatinate? Palatinate. A farm? Palatinate, a territory under the jurisdiction of a Count Palatine. It's a German word. A territory of the German Empire ruled by the Count Palatine of the Rhine. What? Huh? That's crazy. That's okay. I don't know what to make of this. The celestial land, like I guess the celestial land that's ruled by a South German ruler, like is that how that works? Anyway, this art's sick. All right. The celestial Palatinate is a mighty state comprised of many species system worlds, with humans being the most numerous of its subjects. The Palatinate is the opulent, dynastic, absolute monarchy under the command of the Divine Emperor Regent Maximum Tammin IV. Okay. 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 Regent Maximum. Alright, Maximum. It's not Maximus. Regent Maximum Tammin IV. The Regent Maximum is the head of the divine state, which is considered superior to the mere imperial state of the Palatinate. Okay. All right. So they have an emperor. We're dealing with divine emperors now. Cool. I wonder how the divinity comes into play. Like if they actually think that he's like a god emperor or just like an emperor. Sumism is the state religion of the celestial Palatinate. It's a syncretic faith with a living leader, the Regent Maximum of the Palatinate, and many holy sites distributed across the worlds and the stars in its territory. At its core, the worship of the grand Cosmo Concordance, okay, articulated through a living prophetic compass called the Bright Sum. Okay, the Bright Sum is a doctrine embodied in axiomatic behavior and comport. It is a figure that remains at the end of celestial Palatinate's faithful tabulating and calculating of the data of the universe. By following the guidance provided to you by the sum, you can follow the righteous path towards increasing the refining of the sum. The sum is self-constructing, but is necessary for the faithful to compile and advance it. Okay. All right, we're going to take a quick break. that was way too many words. Luckily, luckily, the third and fourth stories explain what this is, so I do have a knowledge of what this is, and I believe I'll be able to break it down. But we're gonna take like just a quick break. I need to blow my nose, I guess, apparently. But we gotta take a quick break and break down all of these words, because I'll be honest with you, this is a bad paragraph. Because I have the extra knowledge of like the story literally spelling out to me what people believe the sum is. This is okay. Give me a second, chat. This is literally just too much. Like, oh my god. All right. Almost back, chat. All right. I return. All right, we ready to dive into the rest of this? This is all right. Again, I think that this is a bad paragraph. Um, a little. I mean, this is the density of the story that I was talking about, right? Like, kind of like how this has just been pretty difficult for people to get into. This is definitely among the part of it. Now, I will say the summism thing is actually probably one of my favorite aspects of the Eternities thing so far. So hopefully that the rest of this will kind of like help explain it. And if not, I'll double down with like all of the knowledge I learned from the storyline. But like I actually really like summism here. So okay. The Celestial Palatinate, yeah, mighty state comprised of many species, system worlds, humans, absolute monarchy, okay, command of the divine emperor, head of the divine state, summism. That's kind of like, aren't we just like done talking about the government already? Summism is the state religion, syncretic fate with a living leader. Okay, living leader, not some weird dead god. Lizards across the worlds and stars territory. Its core is the worship of the grand. Okay, core, the grand cosmocordance. The grand cosmocordance. Okay. Articulated through a living prophetic compass called the bright sum. Okay. Equals the bright sum. Okay. The bright sum is a doctrine embodied in an axiomatic behavior and comport. It is the figure that remains at the end of the Celestial Palatinate's faithful tabulating and calculation of the data of the universe. By following the guidance provided to you by the sum, which is the figure, the mathematical figure. See, that's what they needed to put here. That's the fucking issue here. One can follow the righteous path towards increasing the refining of the sum. The sum is self-constructing, but it's necessary for the faithful to compile and advance. So here's what this means, chat. Here's what the sum is, right? So the bright sum is a mathematical, it is the sum of a mathematical equation. The sum of the mathematical equation that is the universe, right? Okay, so the bright sum is the sum, right? Like you add everything together, and this is the sum of everything. It's the mathematical equation that this religion has divined about the universe, right? Like they believe that when you look at everything objectively and you look at it mathematically, at the end of all things, there will eventually be death, right? Like eventually everything does die. The universe will die out and there will be darkness, everything will be cold, nothing will remain. However, they believe that life and existence is light itself, right? Light is life and life is light at the same time. So, they have like a very bright and glowing motif because they are about illuminating the universe with life and prosperity and, sometimes action and adventure and all that stuff. But like their main doctrine is that even though eventually the universe will die out, the more that you as a person, through your actions, through your will, through your personal sacrifice, everything, the more that you can do to add to the sum enjoyment and benefit of life and light in the universe, that is you doing the right thing. They have mathematically divined in their own hearts and minds that the right thing to do in the universe is to add to the universe. Matter can't be like created and destroyed. Everything is already kind of like as it is, but you can affect and put matter in like yourself into the right spots next to the matter that makes up someone else, to make them happy, to protect them from harm, to stop supermassive voids that the other faction is trying to do. But so sumism is all about how do you, as an individual and as a culture, add to the brightness of the universe, whether that be an emotional brightness, a mental brightness, a physical brightness. That's what sumism is. It's kind of like in a little bit, it's a kind of like a for the greater good sort of thing, with the greater good just being not a defined, like, hey, do this because it's good, but more, it benefits the most people. But it's more like, hey, what will bring the most brightness to the universe before it dies out? How are you going to use your life to brighten the universe before it eventually collapses? That's sumism. And I, personally, I'm all about that. That's kind of dope, actually. Obviously, like, this is, like, the Boros people. They're going to be, like, kind of wacky crazy with it. But I do like that it is a, their take on it has, it's like obviously faith-based a little bit, but it's like, it's a mathematical equation, right? Like, they believe, well, like, why wouldn't you do this thing, right? Like, yeah, the universe is going to end, but until it does, like, mathematically, we should just, like, add to it as much as we can. Why not? Like, why wouldn't we do that? Yeah, we're going to die, so, like, let's do something with that life. I like that kind of, like, mentality. It feels neurodivergent. It's giving neurodivergence, but that's why I'm about it. Some of the mathematical equation that is the universe. Do things that add to the brightness of the universe. And I've only in the stories in chapters in chapters 3 and 4, we're seeing through the eyes of someone who's a part of the like a summist, and like we can see like how she is viewing things, where it's like, yeah, like, we're her I think this is actually the main character here. I forget how to say the name. But she's like she's asked by the knight. She's like a squire. She's asked by her knight, hey, like, why do we do what we do? And she gives the answer, and we see like what the answer is from her end. I listened to the story of EOE, and they said sumism does have negatives to it because they believe in the sum by any means. Correct, exactly. That is true. Yeah, it's not like just a pure glowing positive thing. It is like, we will do anything that we believe adds to the sum, even if it kind of sucks, right? Like in the train, in the trolley problem, they'll choose to run over multitudes of people if mathematically it would turn out, or they believe it will turn out that, like, the one person on the other side is like a doctor, right? Like, that doctor probably will bring more positives to the general universe. So, like, these 10 people, hey, let sumism take the wheel. Sorry, my dude. Sorry. Regent Maximum, bless you, but we outie. You outie. So yeah, there is definitely like save the doctor so they can save more later. Exactly. They're kind of like the robots in I Am Robot, in a way, right? Where it's like, Will Smith was mad because, like, the robot didn't save the child, because, like, in I Am Robot, the Will Smith and the child, like, both end up in a car crash and in the water, and the robot comes down and saves Will Smith because he did the calculations, just like, well, you have a higher chance of surviving, and, like, you're a cop or whatever, so, like, you'll do more good in the future. The child just, like, has less of a chance of doing that anyway, so it didn't even try to save it, right? And it's kind of like that, where they're just like, ultra, yes, that's right, utilitarianism, yes, that's the word I'm looking for, London. Thank you. So, if the monoism is a death cult, then sumism is utilitarianism. but like on a celestial sense, right? Celestial utilitarianism. Because, like, they're not, necessarily they're not trying to, like, blow up a colony of people or something for the sake of, like, well, your food is better served over there. Like, I don't think they're trying to be all like that. But they will, if they are the ones in control of the shipment, they will be like, hey, sorry, there's more people over here, part of a more prosperous world, so we'll kind of, like, give more to them. And even, like, I know that you're poor and your socioeconomic issues are keeping you downtrodden. Well, we've done the calculations, and the math says, the Minority Report math says that you're more likely to commit more crimes or whatever, and those are doctors over there because they were rich enough to be doctors. So, like, there's probably, like, a moral component. Like, I don't think it's that easy. Like, I don't think it's that, like, cut and dry. There is probably a moral component of, like, well, let's try to do this third option where we feed everyone, right? I think they'll choose the third option where they're like, hey, let's solve the poverty issue, which is why, the Pinnacle doesn't even do poverty. That I guess that's one way to get around socioeconomic issues. You could just be a bad person, right? That's why they do social credit scores. But I think that they would choose to, like, try to solve poverty within the system so that that's not a problem. So, like, everything rises at the same time. But I think that when it comes, like, to a split-second decision, hey, here's a train full of supplies, where is it going to? It's gonna go, like, all of it is gonna go to, like, the thing that will mathematically lead to more brightness than the other, even if it kind of sucks. I think it's kind of more like that. So yes, it is utilitarianism, but, like, on a celestial galactic scale, while not trying to be mean, right? Like, not trying to be mean. For each according to their ability, to each according to their utility. Yeah. Their utility to brightening the universe, right? It's their utility to be good, to be a positive force, right? It's weirdly positive. It's like, well, how good can you be? Like, are you like a chill dude, or are you, like, spiking people's drinks? It's just like, I mean, hey, listen, dude. You're the bad dude. Sorry, I honestly, sorry. I'm not even sorry. Yeah, you're not getting the supplies. We're not saving you. Yeah, it's celestial positivity, utilitarianism. Adding to the sum. It's an interesting religion for Magic to cover, or a type of religion for Magic to cover. I actually think it's really cool. All right. The sum is okay. Also, the sum is self-constructing, but it is necessary for the faithful to advance it, right? So you know how the monoists are just like, hey, we know eventually the universe is the supermassive black holes will take over everything, and the universe will end. But it is our job to, as followers of monoism, to help it and assist it as much as possible to get to that glorious afterlife. And the sumism is just like, hey, good things will happen. Like, we know that good things will happen. The universe is still expanding, stuff still gets added, that's fine, but, like, it is our job to add to it, and I like that. All right. Finally, founded before Pinnacle and the introduction of faster than light travel, the Palatinate is ancient among interstellar states. The Holy Empire's own history is rich with eon-spanning epics, unification wars, schisms, and dynastic clashes. Its divine investiture is a relatively recent development in the Palatinate's history, a consequence merely centuries old at the conclusion of a series of unification wars. Power is now held by Regent Maximum, but the Regent's will is enacted by the many cosmograms, the nobility of the celestial Palatinate. So, all right, we got founded before Pinnacle, so before even the big interstellar government and the introduction of faster than light travel. The Palatinate is really old. The Empire has had, had many unification wars, schisms, blah blah blah. They've been through the ringer of people trying to take over what is sumism, emperors rising and falling. It is kind of nice to enter a galaxy where there is a god emperor, and like they've already done their unification wars. Everyone kind of already agrees on this thing. Yes, there's propaganda. Yes, there's indoctrination, but it's not like actively happening right now. We're not introduced to these people while they're going through 1984. We're way past that point. Like they're just like, hey, yeah, this is just like what we believe. Some of them kind of dope. We agree with the positives of this thing, so we do that. And it's nice to join in on the story during that and not in the middle of like a schism, because then we gotta focus on like the schism. I want to focus on this Edge of Eternities thing. I don't want to talk about how like the white faction here is like has two emperors butting heads and they gotta do their thing. It's like, no, it's a unified group of people after a specific goal against another unified group of people after a completely opposite goal, and that's cool. Yes, sounds like two sides of Orzhov. Correct. I agree with that, London. I agree with that a lot, and I think that's hot. Power is now held by the regent. Regent is okay, and so yeah, he has little Cosmogrands, so Grand Admirals, little Moff Tarkins running around. Cool. So, Cosmo Grands equal Grand Moffs. The Cosmogrands are near absolute monarchs, subordinate only to the regent maximum, each ruling at least one world. The realms of the Cosmogrants provide the economic and military strength of the Palatinate. The power of the individual Cosmogrand has in the affairs of the Empire is tied directly to their command. The size of their holdings, the development levels of the worlds under their rule, the strength of their navies, and the number of knights, and so on. Consequently, Cosmogrands are not only determined to expand their holdings, but develop them. Fuck yeah, dude. It is better to be rich in one developed world than to be bereft in a vast claim of empty space. I was actually just going to mention that, like right before we got to right here. I was just about to say, it sounds like this system, it helps people not try to just be like, hey, I'm gonna conquer worlds so that I become more powerful. It is, if you develop your world, if you take your backwater world and turn it into a paradise world, that gives you power, that gives you strength, that makes you grand, and you're adding to the bright sum. Whereas if you were just like a despot who, like a warlord that took over your planet, kept it shitty, and then invaded another planet just to make that shittier and use it for slave labor and blah blah and expand, if you turn just to an expansive warlord, that actually means that you have less strength, because one, you're not adding to the bright sum, and two, you're an asshole and nobody likes you, and three, you're an asshole and nobody likes you, and you're not adding to the bright sum. But that's cool. That is cool world building. I like that you are incentivized as a Cosmogrand to be good at your job, to be good at governing your planet and your people and doing the best by them that you can. That is the best thing you can do. Not invade other territory, not invade and enslave other races or people, because that doesn't add to the bright sum at all. That's adding to negativity, asshole. Just do the best that you can by your people, and you are doing the right thing. I like that. That's idyllic. It's magical, it's fantastical, but it's fantasy. I like that there's fantasy reasons for people to try to be nice to each other. I like that a lot. Yes, it's a religion. but it's a religion that doesn't even have a god, right? It's a religion that's more like, hey, how much have you added to the people near you lately? Nothing, like a decent amount. You helped someone across the street, right? You delivered like food to an orphanage that we're currently making sure there's no longer an orphanage because we like aren't at wars. That's sick, dude. Awesome. Like, hey, here, awesome, great. Like, you're a cool dude. You want to become the mayor or something. I like that. That's great. What a fantastical society. Um, Equal grand moffs, that want to be good at their jobs. Do good things to those you rule over. Equal more power. Right? Like, humans are inherently going to want and crave more power. What's even better than having, like, literally everyone like you? Acquire, what? Do nice things, acquire power. Do nice things. Acquire power. Okay. Near opposite monarchs. I guess it's like, and it's a monarchical thing, right? So like your children are also told to be nice. I like this a lot. This is maybe just like the nicest thing I've ever seen. He looks sick. Cosmograms, like the Regent Maximum. Sorry, let me finish this. Cosmograms, like the Regent Maximum, are unitary figures that are invested with divinity. Sorry. That are invested with divinely granted state power. Trigger words. I don't like that, but let's read through them. Below the cosmograms there is a vast structure of nobility divided into parallels, civic and church stations, and obligations. There are far too many titles to note, but of notable fame or notoriety are the knights and the lords of the free companies. The Palatinates cause mercenary military forces. Okay, we're going to go over this. We're going to go over all of this, so let me read it and then we'll double back. There are far too many titles to note, but of notable fame or notoriety are the knights and the lords of the free companies. The Palatinates cause mercenary military forces. There are numberless free companies, ranging from a single ship and its crew to organizations that are effectively state armies for mighty cosmograms. Of these larger free companies is the Sunstar Free Company. It's the current favorite regiment of the Regent Maximum, considered in the Palatinate to be blessed regiment of the de facto state army. So, Cosmograms have divine right to do state power stuff. Below the Cosmograms, there's a bunch of, people that rule and everything. But the most famous are knights, right? Just like in medieval kingdoms, you got your knights and your lords, right? And there's free companies. Now, free companies in, I guess, like historical times, free companies are like roving mercenaries, basically, right? Free company. They're not tied to any specific lord, but if they will tie on to your cause, if you pay them well enough or whatever, before they moved on elsewhere. But I imagine, if you treated them well, they'll just kind of stick with you for a long while. And their Palatinates cause mercenary forces. In the newest story, they explain what a cause mercenary military force is. It's a crusade. It's a crusade. It is basically a crusade. They're crusader company. So if there is a cause that they believe in, they will form together as a mercenary force or free company and go do the thing, right? It is a crusade at the end of the day. They can sugarcoat it as much as they want, and they shouldn't call them crusading forces, but that's basically what it is. It is people, knights, lords, etc., getting together for a cause that, helps add to the bright sum that they all believe in, and they give their military might towards it. That is what the free companies are, and they just go from lords to lords, cosmogrants to whatever, to go do that thing. They'll probably like stick with you for a while, achieve the great victory, and then like go off to add to the bright sum in some other way. But yeah, they're crusades. They're crusader companies. But I do like that it ranges from a single ship and its crew to organizations that are basically like state armies. Like, that's cool, right? Like, you are just simply called to a higher power. This reminds me a lot of Trench Crusade. If anyone's ever seen anything about Trench Crusade, it's like a newer miniatures game that's coming up. It's basically like World War One, but it's Earth against the forces of Hell, with World War like One practices. It's pretty wild, but one of the it's really awesome actually. But one of the things about Trench Crusade is that like the forces of New Antioch, which is like a dude, are you getting into Trench Crusade? The forces of New Antioch, which is basically just like a last line of defense that separates the forces of Hell to like the rest of Europe. They don't conscript anyone, right? They just say like, hey, anyone who wants to fight against the forces of like literal Hell, like in a world where people are literally fighting against demons, they kind of all believe in God. There's no enforcement of joining like the military. It's literally just like, come as you are. Like, if you are down to give your life to save the world from demons, come on through. And that's one of the cooler things I like about kind of like the Trench Crusade universe. There's no conscripting. It's just people through their own faith join the forces of New Antioch, and it's very similar here. People just of their faith of wanting to add to the bright sum join a crusade. It is a crusade. The Sunstar Free Company operates across multiple parochial campaign fronts, fielding hundreds of thousands of full-title knights and millions of foot soldiers drawn from the Palatinate's worlds. Sunstar is a conventionally structured free company and the model upon which most others are constructed. Peasants, laypersons, artisans, and citizens of Cosmogrand holdings from which Sunstar recruits join at the lowest tier of enlisted soldier. Serving as aptitude and favor dictate, some find their way into the Free Company's naval forces, most remain as the ground forces, and vanishingly few join the noble children of lords and other peers in the ranks of the squires. Okay, so few people join with nobles or noble children's to be squires. Squires serve knights, acting as their attendants, foot servants, and personal guards, as they are trained by their knights to possibly one day earn the title for themselves. Knights are mighty individual combatants, invested with divine nobility in their title's grace, each in command of a small complement of soldiers, a mentor to squire, and a honored voice in the hierarchy of the Sunstar Free Company. Okay, that's pretty interesting. It's vanishingly few. I guess that's pretty strange. I imagine like anyone wants to be just like in medieval times, like anyone wants to be a squire to eventually be a knight, right? But this is very fantasy-esque, right? Knights are highly trained, and I think that will mean that like when we run into knights in Edge of Eternities, like it will be like rare level and higher. You know what I mean? Like there won't be a common 2/2 knight, because that's not like a legendary hero that's like commanding a small cadre and a squire, right? The squires can be commons and uncommons, but the knights each individually should have like a full title. They should have like their own name, come with like anthem abilities. I think that is probably how knights will be shown in Edge of Eternities. There's only going to be a couple of them, but each of them slap hard, and they give passive bonuses to everyone. That's what I think at the very least. They're saying very few are able. Very few are able to make the rank of squire because it's reserved for nobility. Thank you. Thank you. Good call. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yes. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yep. Vanishingly few join the noble children because, yeah, they have to... It's typically reserved. I like that. And personal guards. Do they? Yeah, I guess they usually did as personal guards. Cool, cool, cool. Knights. Do nice things, acquire power. Let's take this. Sunstar Free Company. Okay, so they got... oh, yeah. Basically, Crusaders... basically mercenary crusaders. Basically Merc Crusaders. Following the Bright Sum. Sunstar Free Company is the main favored army. Knights and squires and all that fantasy stuff. That's pretty much it. Okay. Soldiers, maybe even a knight. You know, looks like a cool knight to me. I love it. I love the cloak. I love the armor. I love literally everything I'm seeing here. Hold on. The Sunstar Free Company is an insular and dogmatic cause mercenary group. Distinct from mercenary groups who work on gift debt, among other pinnacle states, or for money when dealing with stellar nations outside the purview of the pinnacle. The Sunstar Free Company lend their strength to causes that align with the directors of Regent Maximum, the tenets of their faith, Sumism, or the aims or of one or more cosmonauts or the celestial planete. Okay, yeah, literally everything I just said, right? So, they're Crusaders. They're just Crusaders, just like, you know, not calling them that. It seems I will never be free of hypocritical fools with their boots on the necks of non-believers, a constant irritant in the multiverse, and apparently here as well. With their tunnel vision on the death cultures, they should be easily to avoid. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. I'm not even... I ain't gonna front. I like these guys. I like the fantastical, magical nature of people incentivized to do good things, because, like, on paper, that sounds great. Yeah, there's probably some hypocrisy. Yeah. Alright. The Entropy War. Okay. Entropy War. Alright. On the war rippling through pinnacle space. Okay, so it looks like there's just a galactic war that's happening. This looks sick, by the way. This looks really cool. There's like a 5-color card? Why is there like plants here and stuff? I don't know what's going on, but it's cool. The Celestial Palatinate and the Monasteriate are at war. The Sathara system is another front in an interstellar religious conflict between their opposing faiths. Currently, the possibility of reconciliation appears non-existent. Summit's doctrine is incompatible with monoist theory. Their tenets are diametrically opposed, two immovable objects standing as violent roadblocks across the paths of either faith. The monoists seek to expand their supervoid holdings to accelerate the approach of Inevita. The Summists see Inevita as anathema and aim to reignite the recently collapsed supervoids via the use of colossal star-reviving weapons called Horizon Javelins. Hermit hates the reverse grip. I hate it too, it's ugly. But I'm just saying the art's pretty. But yeah. Alright, so yeah. Here we go. Like, I mean, hey, this is celestial diametrically opposed forces, and it's all true, right? I mean, like they don't have an overlap, right? They are two forces that do not believe, not even that they don't believe in the same thing, they believe in the opposite things. Like, if anything, they both believe that the other person's like goals are like that they're gonna try to do their goals. The celestial palatinate is just like, yeah, you are bringing forward the end of the universe faster. Fuck that noise. I want to add to it, not crush it. So we're gonna fight you. And the monastery is just like, guys, we're trying to end the universe so that we can get to paradise. Can you stop reigniting the suns that we're turning into black holes? I mean, hey, listen, as far as two factions fighting, I mean, yeah, they should probably be fighting. Yeah, like, it makes sense. This is not one of those wars where you're just like, okay, but like, what if they just talk to each other? Like, has there never been like a Romeo and Juliet moment where like both sides were just like, okay, like maybe we should like think about how similar we are. We're not so different, you and I. It's like, no, actually, there's nothing alike between them. They are the opposites. They're both of their end games are not allowing for the other person to like proceed 100%. And personally, I like that. Like, I just, in terms of a fantasy setting, I just like that there can be people who, yeah, like, they're just gonna be at war because like they cannot exist in the same space. They just can't. They literally just can't. Especially when it's existential, like literally kill everyone or don't. Probably to like an overzealous point though. It's not good and evil. It's definitely not a good and evil thing, but it is diametrically opposed. This is pretty. Man, it's a big old spaceship. That's a big old spaceship. Is that a space station? That's huge. It looks like old Tezzeret. Alrighty. The Sothara system is a pivotal front in this battle where the Monasteriate plans to collapse and create their 1000th Super Void. To counter them, the Palatinate has dispatched a force of Sunstar Free Company Knights to drive the Monoists out and deploy one of their javelins to prevent Sothara's total collapse. Both sides see Sothara as a critical battleground, not just for the actual strategic objectives they wish to accomplish, but for spreading propaganda as well. Yeah, I mean, this is like literally Super Void number 1000. Like, that's, I mean, that is a number. Like, first it goes like number 1, then number 69, then Super Void number 420, and eventually, yeah, I think like 1000 is a pretty, that's pretty up there. And then to be the Sunstar Free Company, to be like, hey, we stopped them, like we stopped their 1000th one, right? Like, we took that one from them. Yeah, that's pretty on brand for being, you know, kind of, you know, good for propaganda. Congratulations! You're our 1000th Super Void. Please open to receive your free iPod Nano. Nemnon, this document is woefully out of date. The Sotharan Super Void is evident out of every viewpoint in the system, and the Javelin is in system. Terminate our field agent who sent us this. I won't tolerate incompetence. Okay, so this is funny. Actually, this is kind of a funny lore moment. So yeah, when we are doing the Edge of Eternities, like in like the current storyline, the that black hole that you see literally everywhere, like on all the art. I said on all the art. I said on all the art. I said on all the art. On all of the art that you see. Okay, there, right? This is the Sotharan system. Probably not the rest of this, but this one is. That, so when the story starts, they have already collapsed the Sothara sun into a black hole. They've already done that, right? But the javelin, the space javelin that the Sunstar has, is in system and is going to try to reignite it. So like we're already starting with like, okay, they did the Super Void thing, but they want it to complete, and you know they're god being to get to the 0 point or whatever, and they need to stop the Sunstar Knights from reigniting it and undoing it all. So yeah, I think also if they reignite the sun, is gonna like burn out the system. Who knows? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, terminate this agent. Okay. All right, so that is the white black like faction thing. Okay, and here's the Drix Concordance. So this is gonna be an entirely different thing. The Drix. The Drix Concordance. These people and the Weft Hunters. What the fuck is a Weft Hunter? Okay, I think that these people are gonna be the colorless faction. Hey, Black Purist, thank you very much for the raid. Let me eat while the raid noise is going on. Hello, Owl Railroad, and welcome, Raiders, to the Kuro Hitsuki channel. We are covering the Planeswalker's Guide to Edge of Eternities. Edge of Eternities is I think the story is really cool, but it has been a very, very dense storyline to get into. It's not as easy as it usually is. So I say, hey chat, today let's go over the Planeswalker's Guide to like this whole setting, so that we can together get a mutual understanding for what's going on. And that's what we're at right now, and it looks like we're literally only halfway through. Jesus Christ. Literally only halfway through. We've been at this for 3 hours. It'll be great. How uncivil. True. Alright, the Drix Concordance. These people look green or colorless to me. The Drix are the people who made Interstellar Travel. And they have the theories about the multiverse and stuff. So something tells me these are like the colorless people. Ooh, you know who I think we'll see? I think either we'll see Eldrazi here, because his face looks like Emrakul, or the colorless things from Strixhaven. Whatever those big giant colorless things in Strixhaven, I think we'll see those here. Pretty art though. The Drix are a species that can travel faster than light via weft walking. They can move through the weft while remaining anchored into reality. Let me read that again. They can move through the weft while remaining anchored to reality, collapsing all of space and time to a distance no greater than a single step forward or back. That's crazy. Drix society predates Pinnacle by millennia. Yeah, that's... You just drop that? Like, you just... Yeah, who are these people? Oh, yeah, they, you know, like, space and time? Like, that whole, like, thing that is everything? Yeah, so they can just, like, I only got one sentence to say this. Yeah, they just kind of, like, compress it all, and then just, like, step. They just, like, take a step, and then, like, and then they're good. Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah. They're, like, the Dune navigators. Is that what they do in Dune? Is that what they do? Yeah, because Dune, they just like the ships are like stationary, but they bend space or something like that. I don't know how they do it in Dune. Drix are highly solitary people, despite their ability to connect across seemingly infinite space, or rather, because of their ability to connect whenever and wherever they value their privacy. Yeah, that's fair. The largest concentration of any Drix typically encountered are groups of no more than a dozen who tend to be related by kin, culture, or profession. They maintain their culture across space and time by holding congress on beam worlds, planets that by fate or some other cosmic engine acts as dimensional anchors. So they have like, oh god, they have like cultural Drix parties where they're just like, hey everyone, come to the beam world and we're gonna like, you know, we're gonna party and we're gonna decide what we're gonna do. All right, that's kind of sick. I like that. That's cool. So yeah, Drix fold space and time into footsteps, and they can travel faster than light. They can move through the weft while remaining anchored to reality. So they don't like interact with the blind eternities. They just straight up like step over it, which is crazy. They're old as hell. They are private. Very private. Very private. You never see like more than a dozen at a time. Let's see. Beam worlds. Oh no, that's gonna. Yeah, okay. So, weft walking is a Drix practice that, articulated by a suite of technology, ritual, utterances, practices, and rites, allows them to travel faster than light without need of a ship, eternity drive, or eternity column. Okay, literally it's planeswalking. Got it. It's literally planeswalking. Okay. Got you. No, I get it. I get it. It's actually just planeswalking. By any other name. It's space planeswalking. Beam worlds are anchor locations in space, superpositional worlds that remain constant regardless of the state of given reality. So, just like the anchors, the Drix congregate on them and keep their locations as closely guarded secrets. So maybe we'll see like a space anchor card for like a white saga, and that's a space anchor because it's like present throughout no matter what reality you are. And then beam worlds maybe are like a colorless or a blue or something version of that, where they're just like you get a saga of that and they're anchored throughout all realities. Because this is the second time that they talked about like anchor locations. Yeah. I mean, even after millennia, they keep their locations closely guarded. That's pretty crazy. The Drix ability to weft walk. Oh, beam worlds. Hold on. Beam worlds. Drix. Citadel stations. Yeah, it's just basically Citadel Station, but Drix. I think weft walking is actually more like planeswalking through the same plane. Yes, it is space planeswalking, right? Because yeah, you are able to planeswalk on the same plane to just cover vast distances. I don't know. They always come up with some contrived reason as to why planeswalkers just don't do that. But back during Battle for Zendikar, Jace was just like, all right, I found like a MacGuffin thing. I'm gonna just like teleport back to the front lines. I liked that. That was cool. But yeah, you're right, Jace. It's more like planeswalking through the same plane. So planeswalking is space planeswalking. Space planeswalking. Because they're staying in the same plane. It's just that the plane is incredibly like outrageously huge, right? So it's space planeswalking. Oh, hey, that's a word. Those are two words. Do you see those two words? Do you see those two words right there? That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that those two words are just up on the screen right now. The Drix ability to weft walk is drawn out and magnified by various augmentations, genetic manipulations, rituals, or rites that they learn from an ancient artifact that predates the Fomori Eldrazi conflict era. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. I'm gonna take a little screenshot of that. I'm gonna take a little screenshot of that really fast. Okay. The fabric of all being. Okay. Oh, the artifact is called the fabric of all being. Okay. It's kept on the Drix Beam world, hidden from other species. Contains the fates of all things, and was instrumental in unlocking the knowledge of weft walking for the Drix, some of which they shared with Pinnacle to guide that alliance in the development of Eternity columns and drives. Okay, yeah, so it's very, very similar. Okay, oh wow, this is actually a really good interpretation of what they're of like weft walking. That's actually, I commend how good that looks actually. I commend by like how much this makes sense. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So we know about the Fomori. We know a little bit more about the Fomori, and Loot is a Fomori, and Eldrazi are Eldrazi. And I guess apparently Loot can fight Emrakul. That's what I've learned. Loot is gonna save the world. Oh my god. It's literally Avatar. But I believe Loot can save the world. Loot is the last of his species. And the Eldrazi are evil. Or I mean, like, at least anti-life. As people like to live. Yeah. Alright. He's the Avatar. And he's gonna master all 5 elements to, save the day. I'm here for it. I am here for it. Boop. Memnon, I want all information on this Fomori Eldrazi conflict and all Pinnacle research into the Eldrazi immediately. All other tasks are secondary. To think I might find an answer that has eluded me for so long to that damnable vault all the way out here. I mean, yeah. Wait, so does he mean the Hell Vault? Or not the Hell Vault. Well, I mean, the moon's not... They didn't call it the Vault. So I guess the Vault of Ugin. Ugin's Vault. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, no, Tezzeret literally... Like, honestly, I can imagine Tezzeret's jaw dropping. He freaked out just as much as you did, Jace. Where it's just like... Spits out drink. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, literally every other task I have here... Put that shit on the back burner. Give me every amount of information on this Fomori Eldrazi conflict. Or does he mean the vault that Loot popped out of? That's cool. Tezzeret being us. Oh, they fight? They fight. Really? Why? Who would fight you? What do you want? Tezzeret is meant to be the audience stand-in for the guide, and I really like that. I agree. I think he might also be talking about the OTJ fault. Yeah. They use Seam Rippers to amplify, direct, and articulate Weft Walking. Drick's Seam Rippers are magnifying anchors. They enhance the innate Drick's ability to Weft Walk while anchoring them to their home Lemuria. Okay, so Lamella means plane, like planet? Reality? The reality of their homeworld. Oh, okay. Maybe if I just waited 2 seconds. ABCC? Let's go. EDA Senpai, it's good to see you. Hello, chat. Welcome to the Kurosuke channel. We are currently halfway through. If you've been at this for 3 hours, we are currently halfway through the Planeswalker's Guide to the Edge of Eternities. We're going through it step by step, helping everyone who's watching to get into the Edge of Eternity story because it is incredibly dense. And as I said, we have been going over this for 3 hours and we are just halfway through. It's kind of wild. There's a lot going on. But I'm actually really, really enjoying this. The Fomori and the Eldrazi fought, by the way. Just, I don't know if that matters to anyone. You know, if you care, this happened. And yes, we're having a very good night, BCC. Alright, so they use Seam Rippers to amplify, direct, and articulate Weft Walking. Drick's Seam Rippers are magnifying anchors. They enhance the innate Drick's ability to Weft Walk while anchoring them to their home, Lemuria, the reality of their homeworld. If a Drex ignores or is separated from their Seam Ripper for too long, while they are Weft Walking, they will tumble into the manifold substrate of Weft space and, barring miraculous luck, be lost forever. Okay, so they use Seam Rippers as what's the thing in Warhammer? The Geller Fields. They Seam Rippers are like Geller Fields. Don't go too far away from your Seam Ripper, or else you'll be tossed into the void and lost forever. Okay, just like don't do that. Like literally, just don't be dumb. I'd say they ignore it. Like if they ignore, like how do you ignore your what? Like how do you do that? So they can store the planeswalk with a large asterisk because it involves a lot of technology, practice, and risk, whereas planeswalking spark just makes it happen. I mean, they have an innate ability to left walk. It's just that they use technology to make it even better. They've been doing it for millennia so much that it is as innate as planeswalking. I would say. I would argue. It's as innate as it is for a planeswalker. And planeswalkers somehow have trouble doing it. We see people who are like used to it. This is interesting art. There's a lot of colors on this art page. Is this like a teamer guy? Teamer thing? In exchange for the secrets of FTL travel, the Drix were given unilateral authority to address extraversal ejecta, most commonly residual Eldrazi contamination from the Fomari-Eldrazi War. Let me just highlight that sentence really fast. Of which the Drix had allied with the Fomori before their disappearance millennia ago. Let me increase that. Since the end of that age and the remission of the Eldrazi tide, the Drix have remained consummate Eldrazi hunters, using the fabric of all being to identify and assassinate critical Eldrazi potential beings to slow and hopefully prevent the return of the Great Devourers. What? Agreed, Smash Captain. Okay, yeah, so where were they during the battle for Zendikar? I would imagine that Emrakul and co are just people that are, oh, well, I mean, no, I mean, who knows? I mean, they're just chilling through the Blind Eternities. They probably don't care. Well, no, these guys don't know about the Blind Eternities. These guys don't know, like, this universe doesn't know about the multiverse. They have a theory for it. The Drix have childhood tales about it, but they don't actually know or interact with the multiverse. Most commonly, it's just residual Eldrazi goopy stuff that comes from extraversal stuff. Like extraversal ejecta, and that's just Eldrazi residue. Maybe they were around. No, I completely disagree. I completely disagree. I think at best, okay, I would say that the Drix are colorless / 5 colors, right? That's what I think. And Ugin maybe learned from the Drix about the Eldrazi and the Fomari War and all that sort of stuff, and maybe that's why he is so knowledgeable about the Eldrazi. Or going along with my fan headcanon that there's way too much overlap between Ugin and the Eldrazi, and I think that Ugin's secretly an Eldrazi sympathizer, but that's just me. But yeah, no, the Eldrazi are the people who are able to cross between the Edge of Eternities and the multiverse seemingly at will, right? At the very least. Like, the Eldrazi do that. These people are still very separate by the Chaos Wall. But this is pretty crazy. So, I mean, like, this one paragraph is, like, kind of game-changing for all of Magic, by the way. And again, they just kind of, like, just drop that shit. Like, hello? I'm gonna take a hard look at all of that. It's like, just legitimately wild. Okay, back to this. Wait, you're cooking? The Drix gave me green vibes, but kind of chill. But them being colorless actually makes a lot of sense, and especially them. Right. Like, I think that they're colorless because their mastery of being able to teleport is insane. Like, it's just like, it's not, like, that's not, there's no color that does that. That's just, like, reality breaking, you know? Like, literally. So, like, I see them more as colorless. Or they have such a like Ugin, they have such a mastery over the 5 colors that they like they don't need to rely on any specific one. They've transcended the color barrier and have become colorless, like Ugin and Karn. But yeah, this is yeah, I mean, unilateral authority to become Eldrazi hunters. Like, okay, chat, we got some notes to make. Let's see, knowledge of a Fomori Eldrazi war. Unilateral authority to deal with anything from outside the chaos wall. Consummate Eldrazi hunters. You know? Sure. Those are words. Using the oh yeah, we gotta talk about the fabric of all being, which lets them, what's the fabric of all being? Oh, fabric of all being is technology that lets them, that taught them how to planeswalk. It's super ancient, and it catalogs all things. Okay. Super old lets them, what did it let them do? Yeah. It contains the fates of all things. Super old contains the fates of all things. So if they teamed up with the Fomori, that means that the Fomori were either better than the Eldrazi, not a wide margin, but still good to know, or the Eldrazi are good and the Drix are actually evil. I'm leaning Fomori are better than Eldrazi. No, what? That's not what I see. Special guest omniscience, right? No, I'm saying that the like the Drix teamed up with the Fomori because the Fomori, oh, sorry, we're better. I think that the Fomori needed help and were fighting against, you know, the anti-life equation that is the Eldrazi, right? And therefore, you know, wanted to stop them, and they allied with them. So that means like the Fomori probably needed help, right? Or I mean, you just want to help the person that's against anti-life. And then yeah, I think, I mean, the Eldrazi aren't evil, and oh my gosh, I remember when I got blasted on Twitter for saying this. Actually, I remember this. Oh my goodness, yeah, I was talking about the villains in Magic and how like the Eldrazi are not evil. They are anti-life. They're like literally antithetical to existence, and therefore should unilaterally be fought against, because anti-existence is anti-existence and no one should be for that. Everyone should be against that, right? So, but they're not evil. They're not an evil force. They're not doing bad things with the intention of causing misery and pain and villainy. They're just antithetical to existence and therefore should be fought on those grounds, but not because they're evil. Better as in more morally good, but not better as in stronger fighters. Right. Yeah, I think the Eldrazi, just like anyone in this galaxy, except for the Murmur, the Monoliths, who I think are giving birth to Eldrazi. I think the Monoliths are I think the Monoliths are gonna end up making the Eldrazi come back through their 1000th portal. That's what I personally believe. And because you know how like the Super Void, the card of the Super Void exiles dead things, and you know how the Hell Vault is from the moon of Innistrad, and that exiles dead things, or sorry, it exiles things, and Emrakul is exiled into a moon. So then they might use the moon of Innistrad to connect to the Eternities, and that's how the crossover can happen. I'm entering the weave. Get me out. Yeah. Eldrazi. I think that they'll come back. And this is a lot of Eldrazi information here. So yeah, Famari, Eldrazi War. Apparently, yeah, I mean, back on our notes about the Drix, they're Eldrazi hunters. They know how to hunt Eldrazi. And they use the fabric of all being to identify and assassinate critical Eldrazi potential beings to slow and prevent the Great Devourer. So, assassinate critical Eldrazi potential beings. That is a very loaded sentence, and we have no idea what that means. I think the Eldrazi are to normal life what humans are to ants. We sometimes kill them, but I wouldn't call us evil. No. No. We're evil for that, actually. Hold on. No. We go out of our way to do that. Just on a different plane of existence. We don't know that the Titans are intelligent enough to have conversations. We do know that, yeah. No, we do that shit on purpose. Actually, factually, no. We bully ants on purpose. We go out of our way to do it. You can say that we accidentally kick over an anthill, right? That happens accidentally, but like a single ant could just simply not die from that. They have exoskeletons that can survive a fucking like the anthill being kicked over. That's different. That's what humans accidentally do. To kill ants, however, requires our desire to do so, and that's evil. we're evil for that. So no, I do not believe it's like that. I think Eldrazi are natural. Like, I think they're like Galactus, right? They are natural occurrences, at least how they've been described thus far. We have a limited understanding, clearly, right? But how the Eldrazi have always been explained, especially by Ugin, is that they're naturally occurring beings that just eat planes. That's just what they do. That they just naturally do that. Emrakul went into the moon willingly. Yes, she did. Yes, might be biding her time for something in the next few sets. I mean, she literally said it is not time yet, so put me in the moon. Like that is, yes, we know that she's waiting for something. Damn, you're kind of right. Common humanity, L. True. Okay. Yeah, the Eldrazi critical beings. This is the loaded term right here. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Does this mean that the Eldrazi are from creatures? Like things turn into Eldrazi, or that they're useful to Eldrazi? I don't know. But hey, we'll find that out. But that's crazy. Eldrazi hunters, yeah. They're like literally stopping the Eldrazi from coming back. They are baby Eldrazi. Are they people that can transform into... I think that they are people that transform into Eldrazi. That's at least just like my reading of this very sentence, but that's pretty crazy. I mean, hey, these guys are doing a good fight. What I'm hoping that it's not is like a Mass Effect Promethean thing, where like, because like maybe it is like Mass Effect, right? Where like the Eldrazi come from the multiverse, aka beyond space, and they devour the universe and stuff, and these guys are the what are they in Mass Effect? The Prometheans, right? These are the Prometheans basically, who were like the survivors or whatever of like the last cycle after the Fomori after the Fomori disappeared and everything, and the remission of the Eldrazi tide. Damn, I want to see... Oh my god, Eldrazi fighting spaceships? Oh, that would be so fucking hot. Oh no, that would be so hot. Oh no, that would be the coolest thing ever. Fuck. That'd be really cool. That'd be so cool. Alright. Enough about the Drix. The Drix have a divine mandate to save the multiverse. They have a truly divine mandate to do whatever they need. Alright. McCains. The George McCains. The John McCains. What? On drones and androids. Okay. That's cool looking. I like whatever this is. I like that robot. It's a cool robot. I can fuck with this robot. Because we know that the Eldrazi come from the Blind Eternities, do you think that there's a possibility that Eldrazi are survivors from the Edge that somehow passed through the Chaos Wall and entered the Blind Eternities and got transformed? Well, there's no reason to yet expect that. If the people from the Edge... Oh, you mean like... Do you mean like the Edge, like from like the set that we're at right now? Like something happens during this set, Edge of Eternities, and it's technically happening in the past? Although Tezzeret's here, so I guess not. But it could be like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and then survivors from here like end up in the multiverse as Eldrazi. That'd be kind of sick. But the main thing is that we haven't seen... All the Eldrazi we've ever seen have been fragments of the 3 Titans, so it's possible that there's more and different ones to see here. Correct. Once we have to wait until we see the people in the Eternities identify the Eldrazi in a different way than we do, right? Because as of right now, whenever we hear Eldrazi, we just basically go like, okay, Emrakul in space, right? Like that's our mentality, because that's the only thing we know about the Eldrazi. But if like the last chapter of the Edge of Eternity storyline pops up, and like, you know, whoever this character is just like, oh my god, like the Eldrazi are just what we call people from Eldrazi or whatever. Like they were just like another faction in the universe that were just like doing a thing, and we didn't like them. That's all. They were just like a humanoid faction, like whatever. We don't know what you mean by Eldrazi, but what we mean by Eldrazi is like those guys over there that have like big noses that we don't like. You know, that would be an interesting twist if they and then you could say like, okay, the survivors of the Fomori Eldrazi war were humanoids that fell into the Blind Eternities, some magic stuff, and then transformed into these void entities. That would be interesting, right? That would be, you know, I hope that's not what it is. I want them to just be space jelly things, but that would be an interesting aspect. But until we see the Drix refer to the Eldrazi differently than how we know them, we just have to assume that all Eldrazi just look like, you know, the 3 that we know of, just bigger. I still prefer them being just weird gelatinous species. I mean, same. Alright, Mechans. Androids and androids. Cool. Mechans can be split roughly into 2 categories: drones, which are unconscious machines, and androids, which are conscious machines. Fair. Nearly every spacefaring civilization creates drones and uses them across civilian and military applications. Some spacefaring civilizations have prohibitions against the creation of androids. Okay. Alright, that's fair. I wonder which ones. Probably the bug people. The bug people in this set. Drones are not afforded the rights of personhood. Regardless of the complexity of the tasks they perform, they are simple machines in that they have no sentience or sapience. Droids operate on programmable code and cannot think of themselves as individual persons. They are regarded as tools, vehicles, computers, and so on. Drones can be controlled by a remote operator or computer, or directed by an advanced onboard computer. Androids, in sharp contrast to drones, are whole persons. They are sentient beings who conceive of themselves, have a unique sentient beings who conceive of themselves with a unique subjectivity. For the most part, in civilizations that have developed androids, they are afforded the same rights as organic beings. Okay, a very good distinction. I'm glad that they kind of just like get that out of the way now, right? Drones, not real, not alive, literally just your iPhone. They're just your iPhones, right? The Guidelight Voyagers are probably androids. Yes. Androids are actual living beings, right? They're actual living beings. That's super cool of them. Every faction, every race seems to have like made them at some point, and they're given civilian rights. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's really cool. The process of becoming an android varies and is generally subject to some form of state-specific law. Becoming an android, even if that law is do as thou wilt, it is possible for an organic person to make themselves into an android either through surgical implantation and augmentation, or through digital consciousness transfer. Oh, they have digital consciousness transfer in this universe. It is perfectly possible for androids to be created and propagate without an organic origin. Some civilizations can create digital consciousnesses from scratch. From there, it is as simple as uploading that consciousness via a storage unit. Most artificial intelligence are referred to colloquially as Vs. Vs, and are used to tackle the many variable, constantly changing programs that drive most societies to howling frustration. Tezzeret, please find attached a local handbook to the Satharan system. You know much of this already, but it wouldn't hurt to familiarize yourself with the pinnacle documentation for new arrivals. I oppose the cancellation of the agent who provided out-of-date materials. Their security clearance has gotten access to classified dossier you want to have. I've appended it below. Alright, fine. Oh my god, there's a notation of the notation. God, this is cool. Fine. Far be it from me to throw away a useful tool, but do better to ensure incoming intelligence is accurate and timely. Gods, I miss having a telepath on staff. Oh my god, he's missing Jace. That's crazy. Oh my god. Also, gods plural, but it's right after a period, so we don't know if it's capital G God or not. I see you, wizards. I fucking see you. That's cute. You said fine just as the notation did that? Yeah, Space Chase confirmed. True. Okay. So yeah, basically like mechans, so we have drones. Totally lifeless, just basically iPhones. Okay? So they're just iPhones. VVs slash androids, fully lifeful full of life, have human rights just about everywhere. Oh, in the drones, some species outlaw making them. Full of life, have human rights everywhere. Let's see. People can become androids. Or androids can make themselves. People can become androids, or androids can make themselves. Also, they do consciousness transfers. Also, they can. I just find it neat that some of them have limitations on android creation with different laws. Not saying it's mirroring the real world or anything, but yeah. That's interesting that there are no gods on Esper, but the people on Naya worship the behemoth as gods. I wonder what Tez considers to be a god. I agree. He has been to Amonkhet, which has gods. And I think it's more just like, oh, yeah. It's probably more just a, colloquial... Listen, you know how in Star Wars they said Godspeed Rebels? It might just be one of those moments. But also Tezzeret has literally been around gods because he's a planeswalker. So he does have a concept of just like... It would have been really funny, though, if he said hegemons. That would, like, I would have loved if he's just like, hegemon, I miss having a telepath on staff. That would make me happy, personally. Just like, as a little treat to me, specifically. But yeah, V's. I wonder... Oh, V's. No, androids. Androids are fully autonomous. V's, however, V's equal AI. Yeah. V's are AI. Plural, though. Yeah, correct. Plural. And technically capitalized, but it might have just been the start of the sentence. He's probably... Yeah, he's familiar with the concept, yeah. That would be hilarious, yeah. Okay. So, with that, finally, we've gotten through over halfway. It's only been 3 hours and 42 minutes. We have finally covered the general overview of the Eternities, right? Like, of the general Eternities we've covered. So now we're actually covering the Sothera system, right? And we've discovered the white faction, which is the German countrymen, the Crusaders, the Free Company, and the black faction, which is the Monoliths, and those are both galactic level factions. We have the Drix, who I believe are colorless or all colors, right? Who are also galactic wide. And the blue people, the Ilvoli. The Ilvoli, who are the cephalod people, right? The pinnacle, yeah. The cephalopod people. And that's the blue faction, right? And they have a specific planet that they are on Sothera. So we have Esper, that are all from outside the Sothera system. So now that we're in the Sothera system, we're gonna find the red race and the green race. All right, the Infinite Guideline Station Handbook. Sothera is the name of the super void that sits in the heart of the Sothera system. As is Pinnacle custom, star systems are named after their gravitational locus, the object around which all other objects comprising the system orbit. Yep, so the main gravitational thing. Sothera is billions of years old as stars go. It is young, and its death was sudden for a star. A cascade of cataclysms different from the normal cataclysms. Sothera and her child world strayed through a mighty cloud of interstellar ether. Sothera, young and hungry, ate more than she could stomach. Too much cake. She began to rupture her bonds and collapse, her corona flashing out in terrible, beautiful smears of nuclear fire millions of kilometers long. Interesting. These spasms scoured her closest children, dissolving one to atoms, the other merely withered to its core. Centuries prior to the present day, the Kav, the only species native to Sothera, developed the technological ability to allow themselves to register the scope and scale of the catastrophe that Sothera's collapse threatened. Horrified at their telegraphed end, the Kav embarked on a species-wide project to emigrate from the world. This furious activity drew the attention of Pinnacle. We came to Sothera, constructed an FTL outpost, an Eternity column designated Infinite Guideline. Whoa, let's not get too far. That was beautiful. And open the system to the rest of the connected edge. Okay. So, Sothera, system. Boop. It's actually pretty young. Actually, young star went through a aether cloud. You know, the fact that aether is all throughout space here, and the fact that Avishkar has aether naturally occurring in the world, and the fact that Rashmi made the planar bridge on Avishkar is probably no coincidence. That's all I gotta say. And the fact that the robot people, who are definitely from Eternities, fell onto Avishkar. Just saying, kind of interesting, you know. Um, and actually, a young star went through an aether cloud. And ate so much that it collapsed. This was probably the mono's fault. The Space Crusaders didn't like that. There we go. Okay, so the spasm scoured her closest children, dissolving one into atoms. So one planet got dissolved to atoms. Another withered to its core. So are those planets that we already know about or not? Not sure. The Kavu are the only native species. Where did the bug people come in then? To Sothera. Maybe the bug people are the other guys. But that would be weird. The Kavu are the only native species to Sothera. Okay. Which is interesting. There's like multiple planets in that. So, oh, well, I mean, okay, never mind. There's multiple planets in our solar system. We're the only ones here. Never mind. And because the Kavu saw centuries prior to the present day, developed. Okay, so they saw that Sothara will eventually eat them all, so they embarked on a species-wide project to emigrate from their world. Okay, so that's why the Kavu have like heritage fleets or whatever. Furious activity drew the attention of... Why furious activity? Why are they mad? I'm surprised that this part didn't say that it was the Mono's fault, because then it would explain why they're there. But whatever. The infinite guideline. The is the eternity column here. Alrighty. Godless Shrine. This is the Godless Shrine art. Being the ships being they're all the white and black ships are fighting. Of the groups rushing to Sothera, the monoists of the Monostrat have had the most immediate and apparent effect on the system. Sothera, prior to their arrival, was slated to collapse into a supernova within 200 Pinnacle Standard years. The monoists captured and diverted Sothera's collapse, brought it to Sakar. What? The monoists captured and diverted Sothera's collapse, brought it to Sakar, turning it inward to collapse in on itself, becoming a super void instead. So it was their fault. I don't know why they didn't just put that first. They have been scouring the edge for a sign of their messianic figure, the immortal faller. The points them towards the 1000th super void of their faith. Sothera is that 1000th super void. Alright. Cool. So, we know it was their fault. They captured and diverted the supernova collapse and basically rebounded it to itself. What does occur? A bead. Oh, okay, sorry. Sakar is a bead that causes singularity induction, used by the monoists to create a super void or to accelerate their journey to the next eternity. Oh, these are galactic gravitational cyanide tablets. I think I can say that on the various platforms that we're live on. Yeah, so they gave, or the monoists gave Sekar to Sothera. These are a lot of S names. And collapsed it. It was going to go supernova, but instead they didn't do that. There we go. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. All right. Super voids are Super voids are ringed in a phantom collar. Photon collar. Okay. Super voids are ringed in a photon collar, the body of the star that they were born from, stretched and warped by tremendous gravitational forces. A photon collar is dim when compared to a main sequence star, but still bright enough to emit enough light, heat, and radiation to sustain life in their system. Collapse into a super void, engineered by the Monoists or as natural phenomenon, forestalls nova death. Sothara's photon collar is strong and emits enough life-giving energy to keep Sesor Secundi, Cavron, Adagia, and Avendo habitable, but too weak to sustain carbon life on Uthros. Okay. So planets in Wu. Ew, I don't know the Wooburg order. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, we're gonna have to. I wish this would go deeper. So yeah, there's 5 planets in this system. And they're all weird names. Saucer Secundi is the black one. I know that one. Cavron's probably the red one. Uthros is the blue one. There's no habitable carbon life there, but that's why the jellyfish are there. Slur. And Avendo's probably the white one. Okay. And we're going to go over them right now. The black hole still gives life because it still gives off light. Okay. Alright. Saucer Secundi. This is the mono black planet. So, Saucer Secundi. I always thought that they don't just say like Saucer the Second or like, Saturn 2. They just say like Secundi. I always thought that was weird. And then I got into Warhammer and then I said, you know what? This is cool as hell. First planet from Sothara. Once called Anuki. Okay. Anuki. Alright, so this is the black planet. Yeah, so this is the planet that's being pulled into. So in all the arts, when you see like a planet being pulled into the gravity, that's the black planet. Saucer Secundi is the terrestrial world closest to Sothara. It is a dark, eerie world crisscrossed by labyrinths and monumental rock formations that appear shaped by some long-dead civilization. Too many straight lines to be natural. The world is bare, dark stone with a thin atmosphere that leaves its surface largely open to the ravages of the edge. I bet it's Fomori stuff, by the way. Anyway. The Kav knew the world as Anuki and had previously targeted for exploration during their first forays into the edge centuries ago. They found it thick with common minerals, but not worth exploiting. After Pinnacle opened the Sothara system to the rest of the Edge, the Monos came to Anuki. Drawn at first by its proximity to Sothara, upon surveying the world and discovering its labyrinth, monumental columns, and gravitational ties that conform to existing hymn and scripture, they related and moved to claim the planet for themselves. The Cobb did not contest their claim. I like this. This is some cool world building here. I like that the Cobb are just like, yeah, dude, whatever. You guys are weird. It's like if we just like gave Venus away, and it's just like I guess. It has been decades since only decades since all this happened. Okay, so it has been decades since the Mono was settled in Nuki and renamed as Saucer Secundi after the capital of their order, the great monastery at the lip of Saucer. This is intended to be a great honor and signify the import of the potential Sothara supervoid. Upon the completion of their project, Sothara will become the 1,000th supervoid claimed by the Monoists since the founding of their order. It is only fitting, then, that the world nearest the dying star carry a diminutive honorific, have a monastery constructed throughout its great subterranean chambers, and become the main staging ground for Monoists and the Sothara system to advance their project. Yep, all that checks out. So let's see. Old planet, extinct race, probably Fomori. Closest to Sethora. Monoists love this place. Named it after their capital. Oops. Named it after the capital. Cesar Secundi's surface is barren, but for craters, ejecta. Ruined labyrinths and veins of high albedo minerals. Monitoring stations, observational blisters, and flight command towers dot the surface of Saucer Secundi, with dozens present in each hemisphere to give the Monos a clear and redundant view of the surface of the world and Sathara above. The main strength of the Monos population, Sathara, lives underground, throw out newly excavated subterranean tunnels, and in converted and expanded tunnels dug by the first Cobb missions to the world. Though there are vast underground labyrinths and structures below Sakara Secundi's surface, the Monos do not live in them. These cavities are instead regarded as holy sites, evidence of the immortal followers' designs. Interesting. And are reserved for study and use as places of worship and contemplation. Few non-Monos are allowed to land on Sakara Secundi, and only natural ground stations orbit the world. Water ice dealerships, various neutral party monitoring and comm stations, quarantine stations, and so on. So, only few Monos, though many neutral ground stations orbit the world. Okay, cool. Cool. Anything else? Let's see. They don't let many outsiders in. Holy ground. Okay. So that's Cesar Secundi. Then now on to Cavaron. The twin second planet from Sothera. Jesus, that got fucked up. What? What happened here? Is there like is there regularly just like a laser just like shooting out from it? What's happening? Cavron that is, and Cavron before. Interesting. The Cav homeworld is Cavron. Okay, nailed that. It's just called Cavron. Cav world red. The Cav homeworld is Cavron, once a verdant and research-rich terrestrial world. It is now a ruined husk decaying away into space, picked over by scavengers, wildcat miners, Imperial memorial teams, and treasure hunters. Cavron crumbled after centuries of Cav industrial strip mining of the world for its rich moxite veins, weakened its integrity so much that it began to fall away into space. Damn. Promoting the Imperial Cav to rapidly expand their space program to ensure the survival of the species. My brain wants it to be Cavron that was. Yes. Is it not Cavron that was? Oh, Cavron that is and Cavron before. Damn, you're right. It's not Cavron that was. Eventually, the Cav were able to migrate the crumbling of the world, buying them enough time to combine their space world migration and attempts to collect and preserve as much of their terrestrial history and culture as possible. So, let's see. Cav homeworld. Broken by strip mining moxite. That doesn't have any allegories for what could potentially be happening to us at all. What do you mean? A theory I saw, since this lasers are coming from the livable side, the laser's actually keeping it together. Ooh, which is a cool twist on the Death Star laser. I like that. I like that idea. The Cav regard Cavron as split between two hemispheres, the Cavron before and the Cavron that is. Cavron before is tectonically mitigated wedge of Cavron. The last stables. Cavron before is a tectonically mitigated wedge of Cavron. the last stable terrestrial remains of the planet that the Kav managed to stabilize with the ring of massive tectonic anchors, which might still be the lasers. Great pillars plunge dozens of kilometers into Kavron's crust. Outside of this anchor wall, Kavron crumbles away into space, tumbling and heaving as gravity tears the world apart. Inside the wall, the Kavronic Empire collects the world's monuments, architectural wonders, great works of art, and aeons worth of cultural treasures. There remains a large planetary population in Kavron before. The catastrophe that doomed Kavron began its cascading collapse in living memory. Wow. Oh, wow. They still remember it, huh? And the work of excavating a global population off-world and into free-floating space is ongoing. Damn. The inner wall that has this appearance of an open-air, nation-sized museum. A memorial megalopolis where open space is a premium and the population of millions work to build and launch new stations, catalog and pack artifacts, and maintain the tectonic mitigation wall against the steady advance of the catastrophe outside the barrier. Wow, this is actually really cool. This is incredibly cool world building for the Kav. So, they strip mine their planet, it starts to break apart. And also, the black hole as their sun is not good, right? So, they already wanted to, like, be off-world. Now they really want to be off-world. They made a wall full of a bunch of anchors to hold half of their world together. Inside that wall, very Attack on Titan-esque, right? Inside that wall is a nation-sized museum where they are trying to preserve their culture as much as they can, while also trying to build as many new spaceships as possible, cataloging every single artifact that they can find, and holding the planet together as much as they can before eventually it tears itself apart, including their station. That's tragic, dude. And all of this is within living memory. Like, they remember things from before. They're still in the process of trying to save their race. Like, that's crazy. That's cool. You know? I like that they're still in the we're seeing them still in the process of doing that. They've been doing it for a while, you know, but like, so it's not like a brand new thing. We're not going to see a chapter where it's just like, hey, this is my first time stepping into space. Shit's crazy. It's like, no, guys, like, hey, listen, we know stuff is fucked, and we're still on our way out. That's really cool. Yeah, you didn't even, yeah, the living memory part. Yeah, like, that's crazy. So, let's, man, the way I just described everything, now I gotta translate it to words. Okay, so, they broken by strip mining Moxite. They built space anchors? Tectonic anchors. Tectonic anchors to hold half of the planet together. Inside the wall of anchors is a nation-sized effort to hold on to, preserve history, while still in the process of mass producing space stations to get everyone the hell off the planet. That's really cool. Also, a nation-sized museum. Like, what a very specific image, you know? Like, that's very specific imagery that, like... Oh, it's so cool. That's so cool. The planet will crumble. There is literally a ticking... Like, there's a ticking clock. All this within living memory. Yeah, that would be massive. Yeah, no, like, Like literally, think of the United States, if not like however big this nation is. Think of the entire United States is dedicated to one goal, two goals: preserving the rest of the planet, right? Like just finding artifacts from the blown out half of your planet and building space stations to get out. Even for smaller countries, a museum the entire size of Great Britain would be nuts. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's really good imagery. I hope that we see it. I hope that we see like a zoom in of that. Outside the wall, Cavron is in tumult. A cataclysmic landscape called Cavron that is. This land is less of a landscape and more of a churning gravitational storm of debris, hanging from micrometeorite clouds to continental chunks. Rumor swirl of memorial vaults, hardened, self-contained storage facilities built in the earliest days of the catastrophe to store artifacts, treasures, monuments, and even culturally important locations that could not otherwise be brought to Cavron before. So it's like people were doing like Antique Roadshow and like storing all their stuff in bomb shelters, right? Like literally underground rich people vaults, but containing all of Kav history that couldn't be moved to the other half of the planet, right? Like that's somewhere in like France. That's someone like taking the Louvre and putting the whole thing into a adamantium bunker because it just can't make its way all the way to the US, which is now this like dome thing. So they just do what they can. But then France like cracked in half and part of it's floating into space. So the Kav with their memorial fleets like are desperately trying to like find the location of the Louvre within immediate space. They gotta hope it didn't break. They gotta hope it's not like under a bunch of other rocks and then like extract it. Like movies of this shit would be crazy, dude. Honestly, this one, I was just about to say this one planet has the entire story of a plane, but like, yeah, most planes, every plane that we go to is just one planet anyway, right? Like, yeah, this whole chunk right here is the Planeswalker's guide to Cavron. It really is. This by itself could be an entire set, but instead it's just a backdrop, dude. That's so cool. That museum would be cool land. It has activated ability. It would be the Saga. I would say it would be the Saga. You know what I'm saying? If there's a like the Space Anchor Saga and whatever, a saga of the Cav that, oh my god, Cavron that is a saga and Cavron before. Ooh. True or not, these rumors pull scavengers and hunters from across the system. Countering these scavengers are Kav memorial teams who race to rescue their ancient treasures. Blessed be the Kav. Cavron that is also a popular destination for wildcat teams. Still don't know what wildcats are. To hunt deposits of moxite that might be too small for the large mining concerns. Okay. Though there are no mother lodes left, the leftovers can still be life-changing for smaller teams. Additionally, these teams often rage damage or open artifact bunkers where memorial teams have already evacuated the monuments to see if they can find anything worth salvaging. Okay, well, at least it's old stuff. The more cutthroat scavengers even risk attacking memorial teams that they know are transporting goods. Alright, well, death to the scavengers. Don't like that. Blessed be the Kav, for they should literally inherit everything on their earth. 3 chapters, Kavron that is, Kavron before, Kavron that will be. Ooh. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot. Cavron ultimately is doomed. The outermost ring of the tectonic mitigation wall, called Duranu, or the Mordrain Ring by the Kav. I'm sorry, hold on. I just gotta pause really fast. Why would there be another name for the tectonic mitigation wall of their own species? I didn't know that talking about Britain and museums would be so topical. I know, right? Coast to Coast Commander, good to see you, friends. Welcome to the Kuro Hitsuki Planeswalker's Guide to Edge of Eternities stream. This is I'm having so much fun. It's 11 p.m. Yeah, we are just talking about the red planet where the Kav are. We are over halfway. We're 2/3 of the way through. But yeah, so the planet will eventually fall apart. The tectonic mitigation wall called Duranu, or the Mordrain Ring by the Kav, which, I mean, I don't know why I would name something very important to the Kav as a different name. That's stupid. Has already lost pylons to the crumbling world. Though the wall does slow the brutal effects of gravitational warping and still the shaking earth under Kavron before, it does not stop it. One way or another, this generation of Kav and all that follow will be exiled to the edge until a sustainable replacement world can be found. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. My eyes, the horror I've seen the Coast to Coast Command stream, so true. I thought the Kavu unintelligent creatures unique to Dominaria. This place echoes the multiverse in strange ways. I see it everywhere I look. Now to make use of it. Okay. That is Tezzeret learning about something awful and just being, damn, I thought Kav were dumb. Guess they're kind of cool, or whatever. I guess. Not that I care. Babaka. And then, like, that's it. Now to manipulate you. Cool, thank you, Tezzeret. Never change. Never fucking change. This place reminds me of home. Dan, anyway, time to exploit it. Yeah, so true. So true. Never change, bud. Alright, yes, that was cool. Kav. The Kav, like, literally, blessed be the Kav. They could literally not do anything wrong. They're literally just trying to survive. And any single person that attacks Kav, I'm against. I'm against any faction here that, like, tries to mess with the Kav doing their thing. Those free cats, or whatever they're called, the Wildcats, an independent ship and crew not affiliated with a larger organization. Most act as freelancers, smugglers, and small-time miners. I hate them. I hate them. Don't like them. Except for, you know, the whole mining thing. They haven't done anything wrong twice. Listen, they were mining to get away from the black hole, okay? It's fine. It's the monolith's fault. Someone's gonna go supernova and kill everyone instead. Or whatever. Okay. Avendu. This is definitely the green planet. It's like it's like across the equator. There's just like the most gigantic forest you've ever seen, and ever. Mm. Mm. Just a plate of rice on my desk. Oh. Icebound? Okay. Avendu is an icebound terrestrial world that co-orbits Sothara, almost exactly opposite of Kavron. Okay, so like they're like literally like geo-locked on the opposite side. Long regarded to the great disappointment of early Kav explorers to be a cold, dead world, Avendu, in truth, held a deep-seated secret, a long-dormant, terra-symbiotic Emedian vanguard, waiting for the perfect conditions to begin their great work of terraformation. Did we miss the Emedians? Is that different? Did we cover the Emedians before? Am I just missing them? Is that the bug people? The Emedians are the Kav. Okay. Well, so then they are from this. So they're from here, right? Oh, I guess they're a vanguard. So they're like from elsewhere, but like a vanguard force landed on this planet. I mean, how long do you have to be born in a solar system to be like considered a species from there? Like, what do you mean? They've been there for like what, millions of years? Whatever. Okay, Avando is the icebound terrestrial world that co-orbits Lothara almost exactly opposite of Cavron. Long regarded to the great disappointment of early Cav explorers to be a cold, dead world, Avendu, in truth, held a deep-seated secret. A long dormant, Terra symbiotic Eumidian vanguard, waiting for the perfect conditions to begin their great work of terraformation. Okay. Was a cold, frigid bitch of a world. But actually had bugs, people inside of it. Waiting to terraform, I guess. I mean, in Stellaris, you have to get like a pretty specific technology to be able to terraform, so they're early colonists from before the collapse of the sun. Hey, no spoilers. No spoilers. The previous century's cataclysmic deformation of Cavron had collateral effects on Avendu, as chunks of the Cav homeworld rained down on Avendo's glacial surface, churning and melting great swaths of its ancient ice. The world warmed and began to form a thin but stable atmosphere, spurring it to warm faster. Thin sections of the ice melted totally, becoming new lakes, rivers, and oceans. This warming triggered the first wave of Eumidians to awaken from hibernation and merge onto Avendu's surface to begin their work of preparing the world to fit their ideal. I know the word idyllic, as in like you can make the world idyllic. I had no concept of being able to make something into your ideal world. I'm angry. Hold on. Sorry. I know I'm like... And you gave it 2 L's? No, it's 2 L's. Okay, it could be 1. A simple descriptive work in poetry or prose that deals with rustic life or pastoral scenes. No. A narrative poem. No. A lighthearted, carefree episode that is a fit subject for an idyll. Romantic interlude. Okay, so this is just space idyllic. Got it. These planets are the opposite sides of those chunks Cavron travel. Yeah, no, honestly, Zillosaurus, yeah, like for Cavron to explode pretty crazily, and then like, that's what happened, right? So like, Cavron's here, Free Shavakadu is over here, right? So like, the explosion goes this way, and then like it's out, right? And then a year happens, and they rotate around, and the remains that were like not in geosynchronous orbit smack into Avendu, Shavakadu, and then now it's warm. Man, like imagine how crazy that would be, right? Like to witness that. Like the Kav are already having a bad time, right? Like they're already not having a good time. But then they're just like, oh my god, like our actions messed up an entirely different planet. Like, yeah, we're not gonna habitate it because like it wasn't good for us. But like, damn, dude, we're just, whew, we fucked up. we done fucked up. Oh my god, we done fucked up. Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, okay, so chunks of Cavron before well, I guess it's just Cavron, right? Crashed into Vendu and warmed it up, waking up the bugs who started the great work. Lol in advance. Hi, Misha. Avendu has since undergone decades of Eumidian? It's Eumidian, right? Because it's not Eumidian. That's silly. Avendu has since undergone decades of Eumidian directed terraformation. Directed by Eumidian hive architects, Avendu is a world of vibrant life and harsh contrast, where Eumidians have carved out and live in hard-fought zones of terra symbiosis. Okay. Pockets of lush, Eumidian habitable enclaves surrounded by a steadily melting perimeter of glacial ice. Okay, that's actually going to be really pretty to see. Like, to see a big giant glacier slowly, like, receding in, like, a lush, vibrant forest, like, right there, that's actually going to be really pretty. Um, outside of Terra... outside of Terra symbiotic enclaves, the ice, the titanic beings that live within it. Ooh! Ooh, still rules Avendu. The largest swath of habitable land is Avendu's equatorial band. Okay, that's what this was. I was like, yeah, this is probably against like the equator of the planet, and like it's just a thin forest. God, that's so cool. Oh, that's the glacier. Oh, the glacier's right there, and over there, and the forest is here. Oh, ooh, this world building's so cool. Those trees are massive. Yeah, dude, like, they're literally reaching into space. Yeah. They even have process how big these... I mean, listen, this glacier's seen from space, too. Like, this is how big the glacier is. This is how deeply the glacier goes to the surface of the planet and melting. Like, it's crazy work. Crazy, crazy work. Okay, where was I? Largest swath of habitable land is the Avendu's equatorial band, which has bloomed into a purely terra symbiotic biome of titanic, atmosphere-piercing forests interlaced with Eumidian hive cities. This band shows what the rest of the world will become. It is a terra symbiotic paradise for Eumidians and a strange but wondrous environment for all other visitors. Watsy, I love you. I love what you're doing. I love this story. If you say terra symbiotic one more hegemon damned time, I'm gonna crash out. Stop saying it. Either thesaurize another word or describe it differently. But I get it. It's terra symbiotic. I get it. I get it. It grows with the planet. It's good. It's I get it. Stop, please. This successful terra symbiosis, okay, has not gone unnoticed by the Kevronic Empire, who are already designing invasion plans to take the world for their own once the Eumidians have finished remaking it. Oh. The Kav believe strongly that this could be their Kavron tomorrow. Despite some inkling among Avendu brood spacers of the Kav designs, the terrestrial population is content in their work and not aware of the looming threat the Kav pose to their gentle world. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I just take it all back. Never mind. The Kav are not cool. They're bastards. Never mind. Never mind. I take everything good I said back. The moment you turn into this imperialistic invading force. It's funny, too. Like, this is the first time they said, like, Kavronic Empire, right? Like, all this other Kav stuff was like, ooh, the Kav migration fleet. Oh, the last of the Kav. Oh, the last wall holding back the cosmic forces of space in the Kav Memorial Citadel, the Kavron before. And then now it's just like, yo, shit. Yo, the Kavronic Empire, yo, we like what that land doing over there. We might want to take that shit. Okay. You are not immune to propaganda. It's so true. It's so true. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Damn it. I fell for the propaganda immediately. I like how planets on opposite side, opposite end are having the exact opposite mood. Cavron is awful, but indirectly their mistakes actually, yeah. And then the green planet's just like, damn, this shit's great. I love this. Everything's going, like, everything's coming up Millhouse right now. Our life is slowly expanding and getting bigger, and the Cav are slowly losing. It's pretty fucked. And it's all the Monoist's fault, because if the Monoists didn't turn the sun into a black hole, the Cav wouldn't probably strip mine their world trying to get the hell off of it. Assholes. Yeah, no, this sucks. Let's see. What notes do we want to put here? Everything is going great, actually. Big, giant, equatorial, Terra symbiotic forest. The biggest damn forest we've ever seen in the multiverse. Literally breaks into the atmosphere, which sounds like that would be the edge of where a tree would grow, right? Right? Anyway, I think it caps at that height, in my opinion. Yeah, everything's going great. Bugs happy, planet happy, growing, goodly, until the Fire Nation attacks. Cool, good. I love that. Love that. Good notes. Imagine the diameter of a tree big enough to breach the atmosphere. Incalculable, I would say. Bro, imagine the roots, dude. Oh. The roots of these trees have, like, infinite water until the glaciers go away. Like, they have an entire planet's worth of water to, like, eat from. Yeah. Those roots are deep. Deep. Alright. Crazy shit. Damn, I like the Cav until Kavarion tomorrow. Don't like that. I don't support that. Not that way. Alright. That's enough about Evendu. The free Shavakadu. That's some good water too. The tree's growing. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's some. They got that good. They got that pure glacial Poland spring water. Okay, not that puree shit. Pure glacial water. There's also a bunch of creatures that live in the glaciers that are slowly, you know, being unglaciarized. So that's kind of a threat. But I'm sure everything will be fine. All right, now for the white planet, Adagio Summoner. Or is it Adaga? No, it's not Gaia. Adagio. One's called Adawa. Also, fun fact I learned from my biology class, trees actually get their food directly from sunlight, so maybe they're so big because the super void light is different. Ooh, the super void light do hit different. It's also like, you know, like right there. Like better sunlight. Oh, well, if the planet is like it's you know, it's along the equator where obviously like the spin happens and it's warmest. If the equator is lined up with one of the bands of the black hole, right? That's like some direct, like the most direct sunlight you can get along the equator too. Yeah, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Void light is that umami light. True. All right, Adagio. One's called Ottawa. Yeah. So these things, you see those solar panels? That's hot. Camera's over here. That's hot. We should do this to Earth. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Adagia is a terrestrial world in the Sathara system and the main location for the Sunstar Free Company's operations. It is a world that is defined by its powerful and steady winds, which scour the surface of the world and sculpt its geography. The world's flora and fauna have evolved alongside this steady wind, shaping into graceful aerodynamic forms and use the wind to their own benefit. Off-world colonists have settled the calmer but still windy regions of the world, where they have built low-lying, wind-powered, aerodynamically sculpted buildings designed to integrate with Adagia's natural environment. Yeah. Okay. Wimbley. It's Wimbley out here. Wimbley. Nature finds an aerodynamic way. Wimbley, nature finds an aerodynamic way. Farmers from off-world are having a good time. Oh, the free company's here. Free company is here. I'm gonna throw out some strays, but I gladly take half Universes Beyond yearly if it means we're getting good world. But yeah, I mean, like, we're getting this 11, so yeah, I agree. Most notably, the Sunstar Free Company has settled in Adagia, where they quickly declare themselves the administrators of the world. Didn't they just say that earlier? Main location for the company's operation. Okay, whatever. Most notably, the Sunstar Free Company has settled on Adagia, where they quickly declare themselves the administrators of the world, acting as the expeditionary arm of the Celestial Palatinate. Palatinate. If I don't say it for a while, I forget it. The local population who settled on the world prior to the arrival of the Sunstar Free Company has affiliated with the Palatinate already. The Order's arrival merely formalized the existing relationships. Cool. You know, they smoothed over the whole, like, hey, we were colonizing and farming this world, and then you're just coming in saying that we own the place, and hey, turns out they were okay with it the whole time. Fine. The atmosphere on Adagia is thin and cold, and the air-breathing human can survive without a rebreather or oxygen supply if they were to leave the safety of the environment sealed in... The atmosphere on Adagia is thin and cold. An air-breathing human can survive without a rebreather or oxygen supply if they were to leave the safety of an environmentally sealed habitat, but would risk death from hypoxia, embolisms, and other consequences of oxygen deprivation. Nevertheless, efforts to establish settlements around Adagia continue. The world is rich with fantastic natural life, and as such is a prime target for various Palatinate pharmaceutical and agricultural companies. Okay. Adagia's native creatures have evolved to accept the windy environment, favoring aerodynamic shapes, broad, solar-friendly surfaces, and tolerances for the mighty storms that often sweep the world. Sail-like wind skippers, Adagian arrows, sky minnows, and dart raptors are common among sites around the colonial buildings on the surface, while larger creatures drift in the upper atmosphere. Not really much to say about this world, you know? Like, we're gonna have some creatures that are obviously from this planet, but it's just gonna be like birds or some shit. But yeah, I mean, this is cute. Cute little... it's just not really, like, important, you know? Like, I just don't think Adagia plays too much into the story of, like, what's going on. It's just, hey, this is a place where the free company is. Now, this is way more important, this is way more important, and this is way more important. The White Planet is just there where the good guys, I say that in giant quotations, but at the very least they're not trying to kill everything, are based. And they're just having a good time. Can they talk about the solar panels? The solar rib cages? Like, that's not normal. Did they literally just not talk about it? Hello? Bird decks are going wild in Standard, so a lot of people are going to be interested. That's true. This is probably the least interesting to me. Yeah, like least interesting Sathara planet is like safest black hole. Right, for real. For real. I'm worried though about the... Sorry. Worried about the overarching story with Jace feeling like a shoehorn in here. Stop caring about his grand plan. It feels intrusive now each set. Hey, we didn't get to Jace's grand plan yet, but maybe. We'll see. And now we have Tezzeret's grand plan. But yeah, this world is so unimportant that they don't even mention the solar panel rib cages. Which, I mean, I think that's really cool, but whatever. Fuck me, I guess. Oh, these are lands. Oh, maybe that solar bridge is just a land. Never mind. Oh, this is a blue planet, right? I almost forgot about the blue planet because it's just like they're just like so low key. Yeah. Unexplained solar panel rib cages. Here we go. All right, and then now for Uthros. Blue. Does this not have... Okay, so Uthros doesn't have, like, an alternative name or anything. Why do these planets have alternative names? Like, only 2 of them do? Just, like, I don't know. If the Kav named this planet Adagia... Or, sorry, Ottawa... I'm not gonna change it to Adagia. Like, okay, it's just Ottawa. Alright, that's what they said it was. Because they got colonized? Fuck colonists, bro. In the preview panel last year, before we got cards, it said was Uthros Titanic God Core, which is the hardest title for anything I've heard. True! True. True, true, true. Man, that's a really pretty planet. I just personally, my like, slight tangent, my hope for humanity in the future, I mean, I want us to start using space stuff to do everything, by the way. I want us to stop, like, mining the planet. I want to start asteroid mining as soon as possible. And I want to start harvesting, like, just the gases from gas giants to do just fantastical, amazing things. But anyway, yeah, this is sick. This gives my Stellaris brain a hard on. I want to play Stellaris. We're going to do that this weekend. Alright. Uthros is a titanic gas giant ringed by dozens of moons. Uthros is the first planet to be encountered by vessels departing the system and the last stop for those heading to the interior. So it's like the gateway, I guess. Owing to its gatehouse position to the Santhara system, its upper atmosphere is crowded with mock-site refineries, gas stations, supply stations, and vast ship-breaking salvage yards. That's... Damn. Ship-breaking salvage yards in, like, the clouds of a gas giant? God, that has to be pretty... Uthros is a common stopover for ships to refuel, resupply, and trade. In these airy heights, Uthros' environment is an azure cloudscape home to strato whales, living anvil rays. What? Troporeefs, like tropiary reefs, and other huge... That's sick as fuck. Huh. I want to see what a topiary reef looks like. Oh wait, tropic reefs? No, I'm crashing out. Sorry. Environment is an azure cloudscape home to strato whales, living anvil rays, tropy reefs, and other huge creatures that drift on sacks of gas and flagella. Suspended above and swimming through the different layers of Uthros' atmosphere. The depths of Uthros are a sharp contrast to the gas giant's sapphire blue upper atmosphere. Below the paradise of sun, clouds, and mighty storms lurks a caustic and brutal high-pressure environment where diamonds fall like rain over continents of super-compressed gas and hyperdense horrors stalk the remains of discarded space hogs. Rivers of liquid metallic hydrogen and helium-carved valleys. Okay. Rivers of liquid metallic hydrogen and helium carve valleys through glittering methane and ammonia ice, revealing howling cannula bored by great worms and other beasts. Jesus, that was a lot to read. Here in this deep blue hell, the Uthros Combine has built a research complex into new atmospheric engineering techniques. The Uthros Combine has built a research complex into new atmospheric engineering techniques. Okay, that is grammatically not correct. Researching into or looking into, but you don't build a research complex into. That doesn't... What? We both know the station of Uthros is far more than what they say, yeah, obviously, but the chances of non-Evoli surviving the pressures of the gas giant are slim. so the lie persists. I'll continue to work recruiting current Uthros Combine employees for intelligence on their actual project. Yeah, Tezzerite could probably survive it. He has a dark steel body. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Alright, so that's Uthros. Let's see. It's in the clouds, it's like the ultimate space like pit stop, which is kind of weird. Like, they have their secret base, but like right above them is like a space casino and like a gift shop that says I love the Sothara system. Like, it's kind of weird. Tropo prefix, combining form using and forming words relation to something which is changeably a defining characteristic. So they're like changing reefs. Gotcha. Metallic hydrogen and helium is like peak science fantasy to me. True. Sounds scientific, but thinking about it doesn't actually make any sense in the real world. Correct. But that means if we found it, it would be magic. It would be magic. In the clouds, it's like the ultimate space pit stop. But then, but below the, what is it called? The Combine? The Uthros Combine is doing nefarious, probably Cthulhu ass shit there. There's probably gonna be a Nephilim that pops out of the core or something. It's fine. Alright. We are almost... Jesus Christ. We are almost done. I'm gonna go blow my nose really fast. Sit here and look at this beautiful art. I'll be right back. Blowing my nose. Allergies, blowing my nose. It can work. There's a conspiracy theory that the real Area 51 is below the Las Vegas airport. That's fair. That's fair. Alright. Look at this. Look at these spaceships. Oh. The station has engines. Interesting. How is this shaped? Hold on. It connect. Oh, okay. It spins at the bottom, but not at the top. It goes through at the top. It's like a star. Okay. One side goes into one arm of the star. There's probably a star side over there, there, there. So it's in the middle. Okay. I was like, what is this? Stop going on. All right. There's really not much more to say about Uthros. It's just like, obviously the blue people are there doing like fucked up stuff. Like, obviously, right? Like, duh. That's why like they barely mention it, because like we got it. Infinite guideline station. Infinite Guideline Station. This thing is beautiful. This set really wants me to, really makes me want to see what a crossover of Edge would say, like Innistrad Ravnica. It would, I mean, yes and no. I want to see like mages shooting fireballs in space. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want to see. I do love, I mean, I want to see space lasers, but I also want to see like lightning bolt, but like, you know, shot out of a spaceship or something. But yeah. The Infinite Guideline is Pinnacle's main transit hub in the Sothara system. The station is in Eternity Column, a port for interstellar ships to arrive and depart, and the hub of a Pinnacle administrative district. The station is a high-traffic enclave where the people of the galaxy mingle on their way to and from the rest of the Eternities, all watched over by the administration of the Pinnacle. Cool. All right, yeah, I mean, that's fair. We'll just kind of put this under, like, things that are here. The worm wall. The worm wall. Wonder wall. Alright, the worm wall. What's this big boy eating? Also, planets for scale, by the way. Just, you know, planets for scale. The worm wall is the name of an asteroid belt that rings the Sothara system, marking all things outside as deep space and all things inside as Sotharian. The worm wall is a treacherous zone of dragged space debris, living geodes and space derelicts, wandering comets, asteroids of all sizes, and great worms, titanic creatures of great age and wisdom whose presence gives Wormwall its name. The difficulty of safely navigating this region means rescue is unlikely. Pinnacle Security recommends all craft keep a safe distance. I mean, that's fair. You know. Twist my arm to keep me away from fucking this. So the asteroid belt, basically. The Garden of Aperia. What? That's a name. We did not hear about this earlier. The Guardian of Aperion. Guardian of Aperion is a vast, uncharted region in the Sotharan system and is regarded as a highly dangerous zone of space riddled with anomalies and strange phenomena. Ghostly signals emanate from the Garden, speaking seemingly random words that some captains claim to hear personal messages buried within. Ships enter and never exit. Likewise, probes and other drones. Deep, powerful scanning systems return nothing but static. The Garden is popularly known amongst captains and spacefaring persons as a ship graveyard, a region that sublight and FTL ships enter but can never leave. Currently, it is localized to the wide region of space between the Wormwall and Uthros' orbital path, but worryingly, the Garden appears to be moving. This movement is slow but directional, crawling in from deep space towards Sothara at a rate faster than normal gravitic drift. Whether this indicates purpose or intelligence is unknown. All that is understood is that the Garden is moving. Great Worm, what is your wisdom? You came to the wrong neighborhood. So true. Okay, so the Garden of Aperion is the Bermuda Triangle. Okay. I guess. Sure. Space Bermuda Triangle. That's moving. So that's good. That's good. There's like no description on what this is. It's just like a creepy place. Why do they call it a garden? It's just an uncharted region of space that's just like just dangerous. Like does it at least look like a space nebula? Maybe it looks like a space nebula that's moving, because like how do you, yeah, okay, crazy. It's just a Bermuda Triangle. Whatever happened to that, by the way? Apparently it's still there, allegedly. I don't know. We're not kids anymore, so they stopped telling us about cool things like the Bermuda Triangle. Or we nuked it. I don't know. Sotharan... Oh, okay. That's all the cool stuff. It's just the giant space station, which I like. The worm wall, which don't go to. And the guard is the Bermuda Triangle. Alright. Cool. Alright, so we'll put that as notable locations, I guess. Alright, Sotharan native species. Well, we talked about the Kav a lot. Like, a lot. Ooh, but the art's pretty. Okay. Alright. Kav extras. The Kav are an old empire, new to the wider universe, forced to make a home among the stars due to climate collapse and apocalyptic tectonic destabilization, brought to you by them. Driven by the impending Sotharan supernova, the Kav accelerated their existence, yet destabilizing... Sorry. Driven by the impending Sotharan supernova, the Kav accelerated their extensive yet destabilizing mining projects as mounting cataclysms all but tore the planet apart. They had to deal their own world a coup de grace of extractive mining and industrial production to lift not only their own species, but enough of their biome off-world to escape the crumbling one. The tragic irony of the monolith's collapse of the Sotharan into a super void was not lost on the Cobb. Their solar system is saved, but their world is still lost. Okay. Sothara was eventually like way in the past going to blow up into a supernova. Right? Because it was just going to do that. That's just like what they do. And then they stopped it. Sothara's billions of years old, is young, is blah blah blah. Cascade Cloud is just blah 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 blah. Young and hungry, too much cake, rupture, beautiful smears. Right. Spasm, scour the closest children, dissolving one and the other worthy to its core. Oh, okay. So Thara was gonna go supernova because they went through interstellar ether, and so Thara was going to blow up because it got really big. And then the Kav, who are like, oh, the sun's gonna blow up, we gotta get the hell out of here. We're like, let's get the hell out of here. And they destroyed their world in the process of doing that. But because the monoliths are crazy, they're like, let's wrap the energy onto that, like that the sun is producing, and turn it on itself and become a super void. Okay. Right. Sothara was stated to collapse into a supernova within 200 years, which is, you know, a short amount of time. So then they stopped it and collapsed it. So the Kav aren't necessarily like mad about that. They're not necessarily mad about the black holing of their world. If anything, they're kind of thankful-ish. The tragic irony of the monolith's collapse of the Sothara into a superworld is not lost to the Kav. Their solar system is saved, but the world is still lost. Yeah. Okay, so they're just like, get off our lawns, I guess. I don't know. Alright, so Capricorn, the name of the Kav homeworld. Name of the Kav homeworld. This planet suffered tremendous mountain catastrophes. Now is riven in two, with one half of the world shattered, and the other is behind withering remaining whole side as it orbits Thara. Name of the remaining side is before, and where the Kav Imperial capital remains. The edge crumble away into dust and rock. Cool. Kav that is the ruined half. Okay. And then the Kevronic Federal Empire. Man, they just kind of throw more names in here, huh? The Kevronic Federal Empire is the only known Kav government. It administers the affairs of Kavron before the Kav Memorial Navy and seeks new worlds for the Kav to settle. Okay? This, I like the art here. Some sort of like assembly bay thing. It's pretty sick. That's cool. I like their ships. I wouldn't want one of their ships, but like, I like their ships. Decades have passed since Exodus Day, Emergence Day from Gears of War. Decades have passed since Exodus Day, when the first Kav shuttle lifted the first flight of refugees off Kavron's unstable surface. Since then, the Kevronic Empire has worked to manage and grow their vast orbital population, search for a new home, and stabilize sections of their old homeworld to continue harvesting resources and salvage what could not be carried away. In the meantime, the Kav live in constellations of orbit diadems, massive stations in orbit above Kavron, and among nomadic mining fleets that frequent the asteroid belt, dividing the inner Sothara system from the outer Sothara system. They live in... They live with the worms? Why? Why? A dwindling population, still lives on Kavron before the tectonically stabilized whole half of Yeah, dude, you just said that. You just said that. Waiting to be evacuated and tending to the artifacts, monuments, arts, and other cultural treasures of the Kav, collected by the last imperial city, the ancient capital of Vu. Vu. Kavu? Kavu? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Kavu? Really? Yeah, man, actually, wait, man, actually, this set sucks. That's funny. Alright. Vu was the name of the ancient capital of the Kavronic Empire. It's still largely intact on Kavron before, though it is now crowded with refugees and the cultural wealth of the whole of Kav history on Kavron. Shuttles land and depart around the clock, ferrying people and artifacts off-world to sinister space for the damned. Hey, Carlos. Yo, it's crazy. So, like, daily? Like, around the... Yo, no, like, how long does it take if around the clock... Okay, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm like, if around the clock you're constantly evacuating civilians, how long does it take to evacuate a planet? Like, around the clock? If they were just like, you know, like, if they just said constant, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that might take some years or whatever, but like, around the clock? How many people? Like 10? 10 at a time? Hi. Hi, chat. We are, probably like an hour left. We're going through the Edge of Planeswalker's Guide to the Edge of Eternities because this set is really long. Like, I mean, look at all this. Like, look at, like, this is a lot of Planeswalker's Guide. Normally, Planeswalker's Guide are broken up into 2 sections, and I think they put the entire thing all in one. But yeah, we're going through this because the lore is kind of dense to get into, and it has proven to be dense to talk about, even through the Planeswalker's Guide. But we endure, and we're having a lot of fun. Imagine Ubering the entire population of NYC with a school bus. Like, yeah, but around the clock? Like, how many years would that take? Especially when the NYC is not growing? Like, I don't know. We also got to consider making the ships, coordinating the shuttle flights, boarding people. Yeah, no, they are, like, technologically... Like, even Tezzeret has to be like, damn, alright, the Kavu are not dumb. Because, like, they managed to do all that. Yo, that art's sick. That art's sick. They're all tiny people and there's billions of them? Okay, fine. Whatever. All I'm saying is that the Kav, their capital is called Vu. Alright? Memorial vaults are seated throughout Kavron before the Kavron that is... Oh, sorry. Before. Memorial vaults are seated throughout Kavron before and Kavron that is. These installations range inside from simple bunkers to massive citadel-like complexes. They are hardened against tectonic activity and intended to be self-sustaining, preserving the artifacts and people within until they can be found and extracted. This literally could be an entire set. They could truly have made an entire set just based around the Kav world. Like, it's full of so much rich lore here. So much rich lore. Can we make it the Magic School Bus? We can. Yes. They go through space and everything too. And that's the same laser that's on Kavron? Where? Where? What laser? We talk about lasers? Oh, on his axe? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like this harsh beam. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're right about that. Yeah. And like just like the hard white beam too. Yeah, no, you're right. This is sick art. Good job, Angie Mar. The majority of surviving Kav live on titanic mining stations above and around the remains of Kavron. Most Kav are miners, Moxite hunters, or serve on memorial teams and are the backbone of the Kav Memorial Navy. The KMN for short. Jesus. Whether miners or scholars, Kav are handy in a fight, inclined toward martial and physical solutions, and passionate in their missions. Some sell their services as mercenaries to non-Kav mining crews, acting as guides and muscles to lead non-local teams on successful mining and salvage operations in the ruins of their homeworld. Oh, wow, they're like, hey, come through. Interesting. The KMN is the interstellar navy of the Kavranic Empire. These ships are primarily made up of converted mining vessels, making them extremely hardy but less maneuverable than comparable fleets. Memorial teams are KMN ground teams that operate on and above Kavron. They police the city of Vu, managing the evacuation of Kavron before, and range out into Kavron that is to extract vaults and return them to the Kav people. So yeah, this set loves. Listen, as you said, no, we are not immune to propaganda. This set loves to be like, hey guys, listen, we're the Kav. Our planet got lost. Like our sun was gonna explode, but now it's a black hole. All these people are moving to our galaxy. Our world fell apart because we were trying to leave. Like, we're just little guys. And our space forces. Oh well, they're just modified mining vessels, and they're just like the Cav memorial crews. You know, they're just like the memorial teams. They're just there to, you know, go to our homeworld on the other side and stuff. Oh, our government? Oh, that's the Kav Empire. Is that what's wrong with the Kav Empire? Oh, I'm sorry, the Kav Federal Empire. Just to add that extra word. I know I didn't say that before, but I'm going to say it now. The Kav Federal Empire. Well, I mean, hey, at least our memorial crews are just there to, like, you know, scavenge resources. We also call it the KMN, the Kav Memorial Navy for short. We decided to shorthand it because it's like cute. Oh, you see that planet over there? Yeah, we're gonna take it. You know that, like, race of people, the creatures that has just, like, been on that planet for a long time and are just doing their own thing? Yeah, I'm thinking that we'll take that, actually. It's actually not the Kav Memorial Navy. It's actually the Kav Federal Empire of the Infinite Dying Sun Armada. Death Star, actually. But we call it KMN for short, because we're just like goofy little guys. Don't worry about it. But don't tell them. Shh. Exactly. Farian, thank you for the follow. This is cool because I made up a race of people who mine the ruins of their destroyed home planet for the Star Wars RPG. Hell yeah. Woe is us. Woe is us. No. Yeah, for real. For real, for real. Welcome to the community, Farian. Oh, okay. Bug people. We didn't have to talk about the Kav extras. This was like literally kind of stuff that we already knew. They just kind of nailed a little bit more. Okay. Bug people. Evendu strain Eumidians. Do we know? Hold on. Eumidians. Are these the bug people from Aether Drift? They're not, but Zira, the Golden Sting, you know, like the insect wizard from, like, old Dominaria, she's a Eumidian. That's all. The Speed Brood, right? Sure. Sure. What you said, but, you know, not lying. Evendu strain Eumidians. Is that a space suit? A carapace based space suit? A carapace that has vents in it? That's weird. Don't get close to that egg, brother. Do not. Hey. You're about to become a fucking alien strain Eumidian real quick if you keep putting your face right next to that plant. You crazy, dude. That's crazy. The Eumidians are a brood of ancient terrace. The Eumidians are a brood of ancient terra symbiotic species whose homeworld is in a distant, forgotten system and may not even exist anymore. The species propagates via vast seed ships, living incubation vessels that burn across the stars, launching whole broods of Eumidian seed pods towards worlds they cross. Notably, while they are communal beings, they are not a hive mind controlled by the queen. Eumidians are horizontally organized and manage their affairs by brood census. This tight-knit relationships comes at a cost, however, as Eumidians of different broods might as well be aliens to each other. Because there's no like stratified structure. There's not like a queen at the top. They all kind of like agree. But like if you're from this part of the equator and this part of the equator, you are just so far different from like your needs and everything. Like when you have top down, you have a pyramidist structure, so there is at least some unifying piece for all of you. But because there's no pyramid, you're just this round base. Right. Once landed on the world, seed broods burrow into the ground and wait for the minimal optimal conditions to begin autogenesis, the creation of Eumidian life from the microbial slurry secured inside each pod. This process begins with the generation and hatching of Eumidian vanguards, hardy and adaptable life forms who strike out from their steaming pods and seek each other and form terraformation bands, who begin the long process of terraforming their seeded world by gathering the necessary building blocks of life to feed back to their pods. So they hunt. They go hunting, I guess. Oh, did he like blow a hole into the ice to get to like the fish underneath? That's really cool, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the gun is steaming. That's cool. Oh, and the gun is like attached like an energy thing on the back too. Ooh, I wonder if that'll be like +1/+1 encounter stuff. Yeah, probably. Probably. From these vanguard teams' efforts, the first enclaves are established, small settlements of intensely Eumidian terrasymbiotic land, where vanguards work to build structures and bring more seed pods that they uncover into their ranging. More Eumidians are hatched, their broodmates, tuning those neophytes to grow better adapted to current conditions than they were. This T process, that's what I'm going to call it now, this T process exponentially advances the brood's T effort, bringing both the brood and the world closer to each other. In time, the growth of this process will convert the seeded world from whatever its prior state was into a primordial, verdant, Eumidian planet, though not wholly devoid of its original characteristics. There'll be some glacier somewhere. Wonder if we'll get some sort of terra symbolic keyword or ability. I'm gonna crash out if that happens, actually. Oh my god. Through collective labor, the Eumidians build worlds. An individual will not live to see the project through, but the species will survive and persist due to the collective actions of individuals. Eumidians are intelligent, careful, hardy, and dedicated beings, though an ultimate expression of their T effort is the eventual creation and launching of one or more seed ships. Spreading their life is not the sole goal of their people. They create art and industry, practice faiths and curious scientific exploration, fight amongst themselves and fail, or never manage to build their first seed ships. The Eumidians are not perfect machines, and despite their intensely instinctual species-wide project, they are not a hive mind. Though they all feel the pull towards propagation amongst the stars, they are their own people, just as full of promise and potential as any other. That was very cute. That was very sweet. That was a very, very... We promise they're not a hive mind, guys. We promise. Did I mention they're terra symbiotic? We promise that they're not an invasive species. They're very cool and very chill. And I swear to God, they're not a hive mind. I swear, there's no queens, bro. Do not look under that leaf. Do not look under that leaf. There are no queens here. We're all chill. For sure. Invasive species? That doesn't make any sense. We seeded this world. We merely seeded the worlds. It's completely different from colonies. Completely different. That's why we call them seed ships instead of colony ships. Yes. Yes. In episode 1, we actually learned that humans aren't the most common species in the system as the Eumidians are. That's cool to me. I like that as well. Well, are they common or just like more numerous? Because they're bugs. You know, which one is it? Eumidians and Avandu are engaged in a great work of tea, and as such outfit themselves accordingly. They carry ice carvers to hew away at the mighty glaciers, straps and packs of lengths of rope to assist them in scaling the ice when necessary. They also carry weapons to fight when monsters appear from the permafrost. Some Eumenians engage in the frontline work of tea, acting as rangers for their labor camps and settlements, while other Eumenians support the work through biomatter processing, reweaving the bodies of their fallen broodmates into fresh potential matter for the structures and fellows. That sounds like the speed brood, but that's, you know, they engage in this work with reverence as witnesses to and the agents of a cycle that ensures their brood persists and thrives through, and not one life is wasted. That's like the green black that's in all the bug people. It's Golgari by any other name, but at least they're actively like terraforming something. It's Golgari, but they're building their homes, right? People die, but they get converted into the very homes that house the next generation. Not just like, oh, you die, you feed the worms and shit, and then now there's like better plants and all that. They don't need that. They're terraforming shit, okay? The plants are gonna grow way faster than your body would literally do anything. But your body being converted to the homes of the next generation, that's forever. I like that. I like that a lot. Alright. Alright, the T virus is gone. The Esteli. So, they're not just space angels, they're called Esteli. I do wonder if they're going to have the creature type angel, and it's very possible that they do. But, yes, the Esteli are really cool. It would be nice if they had creature type Esteli, because I think that's just, like, awesome. But they'll probably have creature type angel, and it'll be like, like, Goober Gababa Esteli, or something like that. The Esteli are, like, my favorite part. I agree. Chapter 3 and 4 heavily, well, not, like, they contain an Esteli character who's really, really cool. They also have really long names, because, like, they're literally beings of light. Like, this is not just, like, a woman who, like, got turned into an angel and is glowing. This is a living creature of condensed light who chose to have this form so that they can lead their troops, like, more majestically. And they're hot. The Esteli are the living remains of stars consumed by supervoids. They are the concentrated tears of mana that slip away from the photon collars and coalesce into living beings. The first Esteli appeared after the Monoist expansion from Point Prime began, fleeing the advancing wave of collapsing stars to find refuge in the distant corners of the edge. This flight was long and winnowing. The Monoist consumed many refugee stars. Yeah. The Monoist consumed many refuge stars, collapsing them into supervoids as they chased the Esteli and grew their dominion. Those assholes. In their inexorable advance, the Monoist overwhelmed many less In their inexorable advance, the Monoist overwhelmed many less advanced civilizations, either wiping them out utterly or integrating them into their crusading evangel. Sorry. I'm so excited to be close to the end, and I'm just like skipping on things. The Monoist consumed many refuge stars, collapsing them into supervoids as they chased the Esteli and grew their dominion. In their inexorable advance, the Monoist overwhelms many less advanced civilizations, either wiping them out utterly or integrating them into their crusading evangelical faith. The Esteli, always ahead of the Monoist, at first only ran. When they looked back at their trail of ruin, though, they realized that running would never be enough. They needed to stand and fight. Their first attempt to fight back saw hundreds of Esteli standing alone against the advancing Monoists and dying, overwhelmed without even fighting against the Sarians themselves. Facing down their enemies on the front lines was never going to work. The Esteli realized. The Esteli adapt. Once again, fleeing before the Monoists. The Esteli learn from their enemies. The Esteli learned from their enemies, finding refuge stars that fed civilizations. They settled amongst these civilizations and preached their doctrine, impart their dire warnings of the advanced Monoists, and prepare them for war. These teachings became the foundation of the current summit phase of the Celestial Palatine. Although it is a closely guarded secret of the Palatine, The Esteli have, for the time being, found a strong ally in the Sun Star Free Company of the Palatine, who see the Esteli as the holy figures of their own faith. The Esteli hold the shared memories of their parent star, forming tight-knit communities of siblings all descended from the same swallowed star in the hope of carrying on its fire. Esteli can only be born from the ruin of a star consumed by a super void. Okay, whoa. That guide is long, bro. We're at the end now. We've been on this for 5 hours. Okay, so let's talk about the Esteli here, right? So, Esteli are the living remains of stars consumed by supervoids. So, when a supervoid is formed and consumes a star, the Esteli are born, right? The concentrated tears of mana that slipped away from the photon collars and coalesce into living beings. Angels in general, like angels in Magic, are already coalesced white mana that giving living form. They're already that. So this is just the space equivalent of that. So a sun breaks down. That means that we can have angels of different colors, right? Like if a blue or a red or a black aligned star breaks down, these Esteli, thank you very much. These Esteli from different colors can form and be a blue angel, a black angel. The fourth story mentions that the Esteli, the character that we see, is like a fallen angel, that like broke away from the true faith, which is like said by a monoist. So like maybe there's like a black angel that's leading the monoist faith, and the white angels here are also leading a monoist faith. Maybe the angels in general are actually, I mean, these angels made a religion, right? And they made a religion of people who want to reignite stars, right? And like just live life to this kind of like full capacity. Also they see the future. They are able to discern canon events. Yeah, that's right. Canon events basically. They're able to see canon events for people and things around them. They do sometimes miss the context of things. Like if they were like, okay, I know that someone's going to die, but their last stand like saves thousands of people. So like they'll know that because that like someone in that thousands of people ends up becoming the emperor, right? Like that sort of thing. So because the emperor has to survive here, they know for guarantee that this soldier is going to be there and will give their life. They have memories. I think it's interesting that they apply that the stars are living beings as well and have memories. That's true. That's true. That's true. And it's yeah, tears of yeah. No, 100%. That's actually a really good point, Mr. Tim. That's a very good point. Yeah. I like that there was like their first attempt to fight back. It was like hundreds of Esteli. But like they just got overwhelmed by like the jobbers. By just like the endless rabble. They didn't even fight like the actual Caesarians. That's like cool. I like that. I like that thing. And I guess so. Are all the Esteli? Yeah, no, they're all from different stars. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I like in D&D. I typically play as an Asimir. I like beings that are like basically made up of faith. Like they don't believe in the god. They're literally like from one. So it's just like a matter of fact. It's not like a zealous fervent like belief thing. It's just like, no, that's my dad. Like obviously, like what else am I gonna like be about? I like things like that because I like faith being something that doesn't have to be a question. It's either like, it's either real or isn't. And I think the Esteli are going to be something that I really, really like. It sucks that there's no sphinxes in this universe, but there are angels. Okay. Oh, notation. As requested, here's a glossary of terms related to your time on Satharan. I've highlighted some of the terms you've been unfamiliar with here. The entire list appended the message. Okay. We're going to read this really fast, and then we're going to be done. Anstruth. Blasphemy. To be, to speak, or to think Anstruth is to act against the grand... Okay, so the grand cosmo concordance of summonism and so there's anti-epistematic, anti-doctoral, and profane. Anthroph posits that which cannot be posited, assumes that cannot be. Fuck, dude. Listen, in the story, okay, in the story, the crusade, the Sun Free Company character, main character, is like, hey, you said that the person I like is gonna die, and because like the angel, the Estelle says you're gonna die, and she's like, hey, what if maybe you're wrong, and like the Grand Concordance is not unchangeable. And she said like that they're like, oh, that's Anne's truth. All right, Anne's truth, whatever. Sure. So that's what that is, right? It's just like to basically be like, hey, maybe your future seeing powers are not correct, and then everyone's just like, we hate you. That's all these words. Fucking ugh. Alibile, a metal used by monoists in the construction of their grav suits. It is resistant to the effects of a singularity. Okay, so the monoists can be immune to gravity. Cool. Bladator? Gladiator? Yeah. A sun star free company hard light blade capable of emitting blasts of solar energy. Okay, so the swords can shoot. They made their own words. They don't need to do that? Yeah. Sherazad. Oh, okay, wait, actually, chat. If there's one thing I can impart to you to why this story is really cool, the Sherazad, a tactical event horizon, creates a distortion bubble that delays the momentum from high impact, allowing monolith ships to crash into enemy ships and engage in combat before the bubble collapses and the lost momentum is immediately restored. Okay, listen. In episodes 3 and 4, the monoists are attacking the big giant spaceship of the Sunstar, right? And the monolith ships don't like have engines that stop. They just go forward. They just use gravity to propel themselves. They don't like slow down, right? So they're like, okay, well, if we're hurtling towards this ship at like a billion kilometers per second, obviously we're just gonna smash into the ship and like just blow up. The ship has like super hard hull, right? So they're like, well, actually, the monoists have like literally tactical time distortion grenades where they stop. Okay, you know JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? You know King Crimson? How he just like removes the cause from the effect? That's what they do. They stop momentum. They like, oh, like we're about to smash into this plane or to the ship and they're going super fast and then they go whoop. They do crash. They physically do crash and their organs are about to splatter into dust, right? But they use a time bubble to stop that event from happening. And then they have 10 minutes to do as much damage as they can to whatever they can. And then after 10 minutes, the bubble pops, and then that momentum that they stopped catches up to them, and then they just explode into just a bloody mist. They have tactical time bubbles. That's fucking cool, dude. It's cool. It's just cool. And chapters 3 and 4 are just like dealing with that fact. Like the Sun Star Company has to be like, okay, we have to defend our ship for 10 minutes before they explode. And the monoists are just like, we have 10 minutes to like blow up the thing before we explode. It's really cool. That's sick as hell. It doesn't even protect. Yeah, it doesn't even protect them. It doesn't, because they don't do two-way journeys. They do one-way journeys. It doesn't protect them. It just gives them time to do as much damage as they can, and then they do, in order to like not explode into a bloody mist, they have Sakar, a bead that causes singularity induction, used by the monos to create a super void or accelerate their journey to the next. Oh, guys, listen. There's only so many. I'm like live on multiple live streaming things. I don't know what I can say. This is a tablet that is like, it's a little bead. It's like a little bead that has a black hole in it. that in the seconds before your Shirazad runs out, and the cause catches up with the effect, you can use this bead and open it and form a black hole that shoots you forward and does massive amounts of damage. And then you get to go into the afterlife, your happy, happy afterlife in the void that you created. Let's not say what this is. Don't type it. Don't type what this is, please. But yes, this is those. These are, yeah, they are gravitic tablets that go under your teeth that you can crush whenever you're captured for being a spy. Yep. Yeah. That, Magic Story is kind of going hard right now. It's kind of going hard right now, okay? That's all I gotta say. They use tactical time bubbles to remove cause from effect for 10 minutes, and then they crush themselves into a black hole to do a little bit more damage and then join the afterlife. This shit's sick. Inca glass, I guess. Both the power and source of a conduit used by the Sunstar Free Company, it's embedded into all of their machinery. Oh, it's just like energy. Inevita, the promised and inevitable end of the universe, as articulated by Bando's thought. I think that the end of the story is going to be a new Eldrazi pops up, and it's called the Inevita. Like, a new Eldrazi called Inevita pops up from the black hole, and bad stuff happens. Moxite is fuel. This is the tablets. Society. Super void. Singularity with unusual properties distinct from a true black hole, and that has a photon collar that continues to emanate light. So yeah, it's a black hole, but it still produces light. Cool. Like, whatever. It's all good. Wildcat. An independent ship and crew not affiliated with a large organization. Most act as freelancers, smugglers, and small-time miners. And there we go. And there we go. And there we go, chat. We covered that in 5.5 hours. We'll say 5 hours. It took me a while to start. 5 hours to cover the entire Planeswalker's guide. But I don't regret a single thing. This is the main character right here of Alpharel. This is the main character of the Monoist people. He's cool. I like the story. I really like the story. Yeah, you keep reading it as Alpharad? Yeah. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough, chat. Listen to these stories.
Sure.
Oops, sorry.
Of course we are, Fella says. Her face is a sour little circle surrounded
like,
by
listen to those
alibi,
dulcet tones, bro.
metal, hammered out of condensed events, raw coordinates in space-time.
Like,
She always looks a little raw and hammered too.
you know, they're saying like space words, right?
It means nothing.
They're saying
She is
space
the most
words.
joyous, alive person Alpha Rael knows. The truth of people is not in what you see; it is inside them. It is in their singular heart and will. Monoism teaches this. Of course, we're sure, Alf. We were always going to do this.
Yeah. Anyway, that's just like a small clip. Like, it is read very, very well by someone who knows what they're doing, knows how to say all of these words. And again, there's a lot, right? There's a lot. Like, this is how the story's written out. Obviously, this is fucking like almost impossible to read, right? And they use all the space words that we did throughout the entire video. There's even more space words here, right? But when you hear it, it becomes less daunting, right? Like, they said, they started talking about the Shahrazad bubbles, and I'm like, what the fuck is a Shahrazad? And it's like, oh, then they described what it did. The bubble will stop us in place, so now we have 10 minutes before, the velocity picks up and catches up to us. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, because the story, because the person reading it drags you along, you don't get caught up on the words. Yeah, it's just it's really fucking good, dude. I really want chat to read this because it's literally one of the most fun times ever I've had consuming the Magic story. I'm not reading it as much, but I am listening to it, and some of these lines bang, dude. Some of these lines bang, dude. Some of these lines fucking bang, dude. Haven't read chapter 4 yet, but I really like Sammy. I like Sammy. No, I need to listen to more of the Sammy chapters. Feel like my standards for good Magic story is raised by this story. Oh, 100%. 100%. You read the first chapter, haven't had time to catch up. Just listen to them. I promise. Just listen. Listen to them. You can still go back and read them, but just like popping them in your headphones, laying down, chilling, that's the way to do it. I mean, they hired like a really fucking good voice narrator to do this. Like it means a lot. Highly recommend, chat. All right, that is it for us tonight. I'm all tuckered out. I gotta finish this rice. Twitch.tv. Where are we going, chat? Where are we going? What? Yeah, there's 59 people watching right now. That's crazy. I hope you all enjoyed. This video will be live on YouTube and Twitch afterwards. I hope that I can have an editor condense all of this down into a much more bite-sized thing that will obviously take a long time, but this was a lot of fun. I hope that you enjoyed this. It was kind of on a whim, but like I've seen just so many people online. It's difficult. Like chat, I mean, you know it's difficult. We just spent 5 hours just going through the Planeswalker's guide. Like it's a difficult thing. It is a difficult story to get into. That's why it has 4 different authors, right? But it was so worth it. It was so worth it. Uber Guitar Dude? Yes. As long as if I don't see anyone else I know, we'll go to Uber Guitar Dude. But yeah, it was super worth it. And I'm glad that chat hung out to me to do this. This was really cool. Yeah, we'll go to Uber Guitar Dude. All right, chat. I'm gonna head to. I certainly can't start a game of Stellaris. That would be grossly irresponsible of me. As grossly irresponsible as I can be, often. I ain't that crazy. But I do want to play space games. So this weekend there's gonna be some space games. I can tell you that. We're either gonna play Stellaris or Space Crew, Void Crew, something. But I am on it. Emma Skyward is doing something. But it looks like she's getting ready for a tournament. So I'll just bring you over to some Commander gameplay. Actually, you know what? I do like Emma Skyward. You know what? Yeah, I haven't talked to Emma in a while. So you know what? Thank you. All right, we're gonna go over to Emma Skyward. Please join me in wishing her luck for whatever tournament that she's training for. Chat, I will see you tomorrow. I'm gonna have my hair freshly did tomorrow. Ooh, baby, I'm excited. And we'll do something. I don't know. I don't exactly have a plan yet, but we'll do something. Oh, probably more deck techs. Yeah, we gotta finish the Final Fantasy decks. All right, chat. Big ol' heckin' hearts to you. I hope that you enjoyed getting into the Edge of Eternity story, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. All right, there's a lot of... I gotta turn the stream off for everything. Chat, thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you. Goodbye. Goodbye.